those little tables underneath, those would be the tables I use to
Put
gesso.
your accoutrement on to do the things on the bigger tables?
What?
To put your accoutrement on to do big things on the bigger table?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think, you know, the thing about the drawing table, it's a really nice table, but
It doesn't go flat, it's always this.
well, you can make it flat, but
But it doesn't go up and down.
no, it doesn't do that. But because it's high, I mean, the lowest part is about this high. You have to climb into a chair.
Oh, yes,
And you have
that
to
makes.
go up into a chair. And that's not.
I think we just saw.
Good morning.
Morning. I never understood the need to glare into the country that loud.
What?
Oh,
Well, I don't know. It's so very easy.
it just becomes like background noise after a while.
Well, it doesn't happen that often.
What's that?
It doesn't happen that often.
Seems like a movie.
Well, there's this, you know what I think, what I think would be really good? Take both of these rows out of here and buy one piece. It would cost money, but one piece, a whole thing, one piece, red, toss it in here, and does that, eliminate that stain? I would have to.
Carpet.
What's that?
Carpet.
Yeah. Yeah, just one very, very large piece.
That's not,
Obviously, you know, it costs a lot, probably. But I would
Did
do
you
this.
talk?
That would
You
be
talk-
good.
are you talking to someone?
Yeah.
I thought maybe you were seeing, spirits or something. Says Lincoln, you do. So, this is a new guy. We got a new guy. He wants to. Okay.
Georgie was talking to the roof, so I guess it's possible.
Well, you know, records are so important. sure that, well, you have to make roads for, what? Auditoriums and, maybe excuses, but, I would think that that would
Good morning.
provide.
Olaf, nice to meet you. Did you meet Gillian?
I was here.
I'm doing all right. I said that you were going to well, hopefully it's actually not something to clutter your life.
Let's have a
Okay.
meeting, so I don't know what the protocol
I don't know
is.
Jesus
Oh.
what to do. When I saw that, I really just saw, I thought it was just a couple.
Well, we're in the middle of,
City Hall plan.
this weekend, yesterday, Monday, is, kind of a detailed version
I
of
know.
refuge crowds. And that's what we'll be
I
doing.
know.
Uh,
Yeah. I know. I can't, so does that mean that the president?
Do you have a phone or a tablet or something like that?
I didn't really, I don't know.
I don't know how that can get onto your phone exactly, so you can see what we're going to be doing as far as the text goes. But,
They'll also post it up on the big screen.
oh, well, that's true. Okay, yeah.
Depending on how good your eyesight is and where you sit. If you sit on the floor, you can probably see it pretty well.
Yeah, and so,
Not on the floor, on the cushion.
oh, I see, so
Yes.
we could sit there,
Yeah.
if you want, yeah. The,
If there's not stuff already on the table, like, I think the stuff that's on the table, somebody's already claimed it for the retreat.
and we've got
That's how I do
this,
it anyway. I wouldn't sit there.
So, you wanted to weigh in, like,
Yeah, you could totally sit there.
I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He said only for like 2 hours.
Oh, gosh, no.
that one poses one to the teachers usually know what they're doing.
Oh,
That's a dangerous one. The best one. I know.
I did fill up the water. I didn't heat it up because I thought it was somebody else was not me doing it. I thought it was somebody else. I didn't want to usurp their, no, the one.
yeah, so, when Drupon comes in, he'll come in, and typically what people do is they're sitting down, they'll stand up for him, wait for him to sit down, and then do 3
How is
frustrations,
Mia doing?
and then sit themselves.
Mia. Oh, fine, just, stressed. It's the middle of everything,
So,
so it's normal to have.
If you have any other
When
questions,
did she
just
get off
let
for
me
the
know.
holiday? I think she had 4 days off. Oh, she
Yeah,
was-
and of course the screening too, yeah.
Exams, she has to practice for the licensing exam. Already? If you don't pass the practice test, you don't get to carry on? You're done. So, that's terrifying. Yeah. I think, so that's like, but also good. Right. Well, then she's been doing practice tests over and over again, but it's just another layer. But it's, her new, hospital is going to be made at point by us. Really? She said, have to do, 4 12-hour shifts. So she's gonna crash. Stay here. She said, I probably will. Oh. So, it's good. That's exciting. She said, I just got used to these people at these countryside. It's really nice and now I have to start over. I said, how do you work in these right here? That's what you will. Yeah, but she's a personable person. Yes, yes. It's just change. Yeah, but she's not she's had agoraphobia, and she's not really. No, she's not me. I'm standing there going, this introvert. No, she's not. No, but I would never even think you was an introvert. Oh. Is it only because you're here and you all the people? People I know and I'm familiar with, I could be a total idiot. In my classroom with kids, I could be a bizarre idiot. But the situations that I don't know. I guess I've never seen you in that situation before. Oh, look around. And actually, Nadine, I found a study. They found that people who actually talk to themselves, like through a process, actually, no, yeah, like are talking, like if you're, like say, okay, well, I'm gonna set this up here. Like if you're talking through, that it's, you actually have a higher level of intelligence and you retain the thing better. Like it's almost like making a
We have a friend who does a kirtan on Sunday evenings. So I may be popping over there and playing some cinnamons.
No, you're good.
So it's a prayer.
That's a good start.
Crouching down. I don't feel bad until I like try to like crouch down. Yeah.
Oh, I slept so well last night.
That'll
Actually.
do.
I don't know why.
Specifically for drinks.
It's showing right now main town. We put the table in the floor. Okay, so good morning.
Morning.
So we go through or look for the retreat. But if you have some questions, that's okay, so we can start. So how something reading or different, so whatever, if you have some questions, so you can start, ask the questions, that's okay. So, what?
That's clear, right?
Okay.
Also, actually, we have a few people.
Yeah, this guy.
Oh, okay, never mind. We'll get there.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Turn to page 1 in the text, and we'll begin. I guess they'll be up on the screen here, too. You can also find this stuff in the prayer book, this opening prayers. All mothers, sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. All mothers, sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood.
가장 본주가 나이래 당가서 냠래 지고로와 냠래 집이 가라더니 다 가장 휴가 나이래 배차탕 냠도 지고 그래 송고로와 그 배차탕 냠도 지고래 송야데 가래 휴이나더니 지 배차고 책게 통다들라더니 가좀 동금라마 송르더니 뭐 동네 되네 뒤게 되네 통다 가리기 반하고지 되네 보쌈노 당게 되네 마 치고 그래 스토마도 당가서 지양 배차 로베 qabla 되네 가서가 그 책도 지고 마 동샤는 되고요 말이스 인디 제가 나기 기타 단들이 대여로 베나차샤다 인치당 디스틱 포인트 공한다 디스틱 요로와 ina ya ta ko khanda ya phoi do wina ko chi taste yo ba lu nga yi som la de ko lu thong bo ge wa tini do ji yo res.
So, as he mentioned yesterday, what we want to be doing when we practice is that our practice is together with our recitation of the text. So we don't want to separate those two. So it's not like, for instance, sometimes there's not like a full presence of awareness with what we're reciting. And then maybe there's this expectation to sort of like somehow separately from the recitations, we're going to cultivate, for instance, here, cultivate the four immeasurables. But actually, the cultivation of the four immeasurables should be happening as we're reciting the words. So we want to really make sure that we're fully present with what we're reciting. And this is how it is through the whole recitation of the text. So the visualization too, you're not then separately cultivating a visualization apart from the recitation of the text. So in Tibetan, it's spoken of as engagement with body, speech, and mind, so that our mouth is...
For example,
Like, for example?
Yeah, this kind of, I'm not sure, sometimes the English is a little bit so translated, so not begin to through, but sometimes the translation, right, bottom to up, sort of like, I don't know, sort of mix up.
I see. Yeah, so the difficulty a little bit here is that in Tibetan, the sentence structure is totally reversed. So in his point of view, sometimes the way things are described in English, it's kind of like backwards. Whereas for us, actually, the Tibetan would be kind of backwards. So the order, the thing that's difficult is that you have, and actually I'll say I've really changed how I translate over time to understand the importance of this and to try to really stick with the Tibetan structure, whereas I used to feel like, well, it's better English if you really try to make it sound more like how we say things in English. I mean, obviously you can't do that when it comes to like the sentence structure itself, because we have an order in English grammar, we have to stick to that order. But even, it would be in English even more maybe reversed if you really were to get, really literary with it. But his point is that when you recite the Tibetan, it's like word by word, you're building the visualization, for instance. So there's like the words that come first, and then that's what shines forth in your mind. Whereas for us, because the sentence structure is different, sometimes the order is a little different.
Right, so for instance here, like das until, right?
Yeah, so for instance, no, here,
so the
thus
Tibetan,
until,
in order to
well, thus is dechidu.
Das ist die Cheetah.
Yeah.
Huh?
So with this first, with thus until, so until's somewhere else in the sentence, but de chedu, which means in order to, I mean, we could say in order to achieve this, but, in order, but it has been, I didn't translate
So anyway,
this.
it doesn't matter.
It has been, it is translated as thus, de chedu, but it's kind of the same meaning. But until isn't until, in the middle it says, so it actually literally says,
The end of the sentence.
thus, or for that purpose, Buddhahood until body, speech, mind, 3, virtue in perform. It's not even for perform, actually. It's like I invoke or kind of inspire. Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see how it's very different.
Wait, can you say it one more time?
In Tibetan?
No, how you just translated. I can see it visually. This is
Yeah. So it is thus, or for that purpose, Buddhahood until body, speech, mind, the three, virtue in encourage or in perform.
Deeds, right?
Yeah, it doesn't say deeds.
And
What's that?
then, Terawa, Mahiji Watu Zundo.
And then it says, death until
Lunga Yusuji Warawa.
body, speech, mind, the three,
Gawala Bor.
virtue perform.
That's okay. Yeah. You want next one? To train is on this. And begins today.
Time today from starting, day tomorrow, until, between, until, body, speech, mind, the three, virtue perform. And there's actually there's no pronouns most of the time in Tibetan. You don't even know sometimes who the subject is, so you kind of have to decide.
Yeah, I think language is.
So there's
kind of
less self-grasping in the
Tibetan
language.
Is R is not many, right?
Yeah, there's not, there's also, yeah, I guess, sometimes the verbs, there's like one verb usually at the end. It's often not clear what tense it is. It's not clear who the subject is. I mean, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Nam
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. Sangye Chodan Soje Chonam La Chancho Baradu Dane Kyapsu Jin Dage Jensoi Kipe Sonam Jie Drola May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras, together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcendent conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I've gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Namo, to the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the
appearance
fundamental
and existence arisen from the ground. I supplicate you to
thoroughly
thoroughly
liberate the three realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the five wisdoms of omniscience, gracious one, the embodiment of love. Precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize this mind, primordially unborn and completely pure, as the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect. Transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of devas and people, I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise even then I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain, the one whose renown is
evident throughout the 3 worlds,
protector of supreme attainment. To you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace, to that one, the well and Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities.
To the
On that, I also prostrate. And back to page 4.
Page 4 of in the prayer book, it's page, is it 8?
No, I think
7?
I think it's 9.
9, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, in the Tibet, I don't know, so this different here, I think, first custom, I don't know. So we are Tibetan thinking, actually not really thinking, but really reality is, if you say the law, right?
You say it loud, if you chant loudly.
Right. And then, so this meaning is like clear, like what it means.
So chanting loudly is a good thing.
Right. So, like for example, myself sort of like they call it, right? So like sort of reading, but that is still not really not in the mind. So sort of like a foggy, sort of this meaning or maybe. So not really, but we are in the the Lord. It's the one word, right? So that is like the zero chabyo.
So if you chant loudly,
I am
If you
so
chant
sorry
one-
to interrupt, but there's no translation for Spanish right now. Thank you.
Oh, what is it?
Okay, thank you. Hadi Spanish ki kejo yo mare la kundo.
Oh.
There should be now. Yeah. Okay. Let us know if it doesn't change.
In
but-
particular, you're so public take the winner. In a cancer, you take it no your weapon. For instance, here, right? Namo, right? So Namo, Namo, right? So this is kind of like Namo, Namo, like that. Then the law we not any could take the could Namo say that any better make copy for the mind of the same mountain.
It's like the more, I think what he's saying is the more drawn out and slow and loud the melody is, it's like it really imprints in the mind.
So I have questioned these two or not. But also these traditions like a bit different. So we in the monastery, mostly the study practice in the monastery, monk nuns. So monk nuns, they have to memorize like volumes.
They have to memorize volumes of scripture.
But also, like for example, this little bit now may be changing, I'm not sure, but normally we called, in the monastery, I'm talking about monastery, so this line, right, this line, and this line, all the way to back,
So this is why he's arranged the temple this way, because it's traditional in the monastery. You have two lines facing each other, but it would traditionally go all the way back.
Right. So those sittings or monks not allowed to bring the text. So how to memorize? If you stay here or not, depending, you bring the text or you're not. So this actually monastery many layers, these types maybe like 5 times or maybe more. So then just behind, that's okay, you can text, bring, but not allowed to that text. I think that is kind of like a really, really amazing that tradition. So like, for example, during the Cultural Revelation, so after the Cultural Revelation, I think 80, almost like 25 or 30 years, no Dharma, right? You cannot find a single word or letter or sort of like Dharma, Dharma word. So
There's
not
no
allowed
sign, no trace of the Dharma anywhere for
Right.
25 years. or
And
so.
then, not only that, so even though you can not allowed to say, look like you can move the mouth, sometimes the recitation of Mani Bema, right? If somebody saw you are moving like mouth, you have to go to jail. So, but still, that my area is little bit lucky because of the country. But some area in the China, so they said, okay, today you're not allowed to speak Tibet at all. Whether you speak Chinese or not, you say one word. If you say Tibet one word, going to jail. So actually this the Xinjiang, not Xinjiang, Tunghong, that area, many regions. So my area, some areas that like Panchen Lama Kham, so a little bit better after 1981, and they start again Tibetan language. But right now it's worse. But some areas right now is zero Tibetan language.
They fully lost their language.
So, but we back to the talking about Dharma, right? So Dharma, so we know Dharma at all. But I was there, I was young, I don't know before the Cultural Revelation, but then one time, I think in 1981, and then there are no object, no text, no Dharma, but the kind of gathering like 10 monks, I think maybe more.
10 people who had been monks in the past. They weren't allowed to be monks, since the Cultural Revolution for that whole period, but they had been monks prior to that.
Right, so the gathering, so then that time I remember, so they said, maybe this is something practice, something like, they discussed as, do you remember something, talks, they would say, maybe not, So this kind of like discussion, so somehow you can, because those are before Cultural Revelation,
They
the
memorized
way education, chant leaders or the leaderships, So anyway, so then one day I remember exactly, so then they
texto.
decide,
Ellos dijeron, bueno, yo recuerdo algo.
what is that?
Spanish gay.
Okay.
So is it all set up now, Lincoln?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
Right, so then they decide, said, okay, we can practice the Yanza. So Yanza is biggest text, like one volume, If you're chanting, not us, like basically fast, but whole day practice. So that time they decide, okay, maybe we just try the Yanza practice, So they start like, okay, you chant leader, so the sort of like he's, this and that. Everybody chanting.
Everyone
like
remembered.
Every monk they remember.
After 25 years.
Yeah, 30 years.
30 years.
They memorized. Right. They're kind of like really surprised. I think no matter how, try to destroy the Dharma, but I think very difficult to destroy the Dharma, Even though like 30 years, there nothing, no Dharma at whole country, whole region. But one day, just people chanting, So so I don't know, so this kind of, I think, memorize is pretty good, I think, so. Okay, so.
Somehow the interpretation is not enabled for this meeting. Do you know how to do it midstream?
I mean, I don't think so. I did not set up this. I don't know who set up. I thought this was the same as the 3-year program link. I thought it was the same. And let me, can I?
Okay, I can chant, yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, I don't know page is the...
You can just use one of the older ones and tell people that you're going to switch.
Page 4.
Okay. Namo Nase Namda Ke Lama La Nase Kenzo Jopa Kamsa Yonda De Jenje Lo Haje Yen Nurva Zoge Jen Mazai Jami Jarve Do Chimbi ye ye nga dan de ze ni karinchen Adrowa jumze rinpoche Taksem nye jengane sorwa de Chunye jengane jinje lo Semdo ne jimye nanda de
Lode
Chuka Toparai Jinje Loi Jon Dende Dijin Yekwa Ada Jamba Yonda Bara Tobe Sanje Rekwa Dang Hyasa Denpa Dewar Yekwa Anje Den Jenpa Jigu Luwa Kaloi Jurwa Alana Meba Lada Me Namje Tompai Nyami Shai Ji Jarbo Vishadi Du Duma Meba La Govo Rabde Dode Ekube Chansa Loi Kanze Kanyi Tsowo Chotam Se Sajen De Lai Kumpa Dura Ngane Jiden Denai Choje Song Tete Keba Jela Chanse Lo Ananda Kunga Chodo Sosang Yeshe Janso Serje Lumbodra
Drakpa
Anjikten Somna Lange Wan Gompo Chuni Chila Chomse Do Ansen Jo Denpa Timi Davi She Sardor Dawa Chila Chomse Lo Dode Jude Zaba Sunanze Nyame Chinchen Chila Chomse Lo Amen Joy Duwa Kalo Junze Jen Gunjora Chingwa Junze Tishin She Amboy Jelai Nirye Jelai Te Nyoy Shupa Talai Chanse Lo Angombo Doje Jedemba Tamje Jembe Tomba Bo
Zona
Yonden Janso Shen Tishen Yekla Chanse Lo Ataben Doja Tebe Ju Kewe Kenson Le Doi Shen Jedo Tongdan Chojur Pai Jejuru Chula Chanse Lo Atone Turve Lamyang Dong Lapa Dagla Rabdu Shenge Tampai Yonden Gendu Layan Chansa Lo.
Page 8. I prostrate to the youthful Manjusri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appeared during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmatatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas. With the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense, I make offerings to the victorious ones. With the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways, I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who, passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. And then to page 7.
Lincoln, is it okay? Sorry, again, okay.
Sanje seje unai chubatai tetai chuje yena maluba tamje jawa dake kanwara mo dedai napa meze janzo na yanje yenlai janzo Chema kurma rira nyamba dang Ampuba chepara pabe chogenje Jarwa teta jachewa Anteta jarwa tamche layamu Sampo julai tepe todai te Jarwa gula chamse chopai je Endo cha shedan demo wange ne Ludan ngadan dishin ije yang Ande wada ke jiba chenche ba Ante da tamche da ke so so ya Joje jarwa gundan sanje se Ranjara namdan lobdan melodan Andowa kunje sonan galayan Ante da kunje jesu da yeran Agana choju jeten domada Anjanja rembai sanje majani Gombo de da ke tanjela Kolo lana me para kurwaku
Nyangye
Da to kanje te da da Andowa gula pinchin di wecher Gewa shinge dunye shoparaya Antake demo ragyara sorwaji Chamse wadan chujin shabadan Jesu yeran kushin sorwaye Gewa junze dake chezama Kamche dake chanchu chenbu Tenjo dene jene nibarka Keva dodo toba yunjubara Rade
This leisure and wealth will rare to find is our chance to make our life worthwhile. If with this we don't achieve our goal, how could we hope it will come again?
Okay, so we kind of similar, so we can 10 minutes sort of like discussion. So first, so we practice human life, right? So this what is the right? So first maybe what is the 8 legals or unlegal?
The 8 inopportune states? Or let me see how I translated it, sorry, because the translations are different. The 8 leisures, what are the 8 leisures? That's what I think we've said is leisures, right, the term?
Okay, can you give me the pen?
Would anyone like to, and you don't have to know all of them, even if you know some of them, you can share.
Okay, you got me. The 8 leisures, not born in hell, not born in a Hunger Ghost realm, not born as an animal, not born as a demigod, not born as a god, not born handicapped, not born at a time where Buddha has not taught, and not having ill will or perverted view.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah.
Good job, Paula.
Maybe one more time, somebody.
Somebody on Zoom, maybe?
Yeah, would anyone like to?
Anyone
Give
on
it a
Zoom,
shot.
just, you can unmute yourself.
Isn't it faith missing? Maybe? Something like that.
Hmm?
Did you do all 8?
That's not one of the, that's in the 5,
Personal?
yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she mentioned this is not, the liberty is to be born without mental impairments.
Yeah, she said not handicapped, yeah, so with the to not be born with incomplete faculties is how it's said in Tibetan. Yeah, same, to not
Okay,
have
one
like
more minute,
mental-
okay?
mental
One more minute.
impairments.
Okay, so now we next one. So this what I call this 10 endowment, right?
The 10
What they said, okay?
freedoms, I think is how we said, the 10 endowments, but the riches, the 10 riches or endowments.
Right. So this from the south. What is that?
So the 5 personal
Yeah,
riches.
personal, what is that? Yeah.
What are the 5 personal riches or endowments?
So personal is that you are a human, you have all your faculties, that you have faith, and then you're born in a place where like the Buddha is born. But I don't know if that's personal or like the environment.
It's personal. It's referred to as born in a central land.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where like the Buddha was born and that he taught.
the
So
Dharma
he's born,
exists.
he teaches, and then you're able to understand the teachings, you're able to have faith in the teachings, you have like the people around you that practice it, that hold them purely.
And then there's one other one.
And that you're
No, it has to do with,
And one more to the left. One more to this.
okay. So somebody else want to try?
Which you are missing?
There's one that's missing. No, he said that, yeah.
Not having engaged in any of the actions of immediate consequence.
He said that too, born in a central land. Yeah, so Lincoln just got it. So one hasn't engaged.
Okay, now you can read clearly what is 5.
Okay, so being born a human being, born in a central land, having complete faculties, not having engaged in any of the 5 acts of immediate consequence, and 5, faith in the 3 jewels.
Okay.
But it is confusing because sometimes it seems like, no, yeah, they overlap. Like, is that self or is that circumstantial? Yeah, so it's confusing.
Okay, so now it's 5 from the others, right?
You have 5 circumstantial, so meaning endowments, meaning that it has to do with others. It's not oneself. It's not like what you have from your side, but the environment.
So So then in the environment is that the Buddha came, that he turned the wheel, that the teachings exist still, that they've been passed on,
Yep.
that there's support for those teachings, and that
Yeah.
there's like, you know, kindness between each other and love, and it's just like this harmony, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes that is how it's described, but it's meaning that there are spiritual teachers, like those who have kindness, so meaning there are those who can teach the Dharma, who have entered the great vehicle and can teach, can guide one in Dharma.
Okay. So, yeah, one more time. Yeah, that's good. Good. So, one more time, so other people can say.
And if people want to unmute yourself and give it a shot on Zoom too, you can do that.
Buddha came, turned the wheel of the Dharma. The teachings spread, and then there are teachers that continue to spread the Dharma. I think maybe one more, right?
Yeah.
Paula is helping with saying there is a song. there is. And Lincoln says there is a sangha and benefactors that support the teachings.
Sangha,
yeah.
Okay, pretty good. Thank you, Ariana. And then,
It's so much easier to memorize in Tibetan because it's like really short, right? And it's
yeah, that's the
and
issue,
it's
you know.
not as it's not as like
She right, so we have to
overlapping.
memorize. Muni Ambo Tsang, Lenta Malo Nela, that's it. So just
so mini Wangbo Tsang. So
Lenta
that's
Malo
just
Nelati.
yeah. You haven't. And the way that it's phrased is a little bit different too. That's why there's so much variety in translation. So being born with all your faculties complete and not having gone beyond the bounds of deeds is how it's actually literally says, meaning not having engaged in the 5 acts of immediate consequence.
Yeah, Tibetan, I said, very easy. Like, what is from the outside? So, from individual. Muni Ambotsan, Lenta Malo Nelati. That's it. So that's
But it's a summa taught me do it. Oh,
Sanjay Chod.
many. Yeah. It's summa.
Sanjay Chodan, Ti Chozong, Demba Nedan, Ti Jenjo, so Sanjay Chodan, Chozong, Demba Nedan, Ti Jenjo, that's a technique.
Yeah, so it's just, and like the Buddha appeared and his teachings are present. Like that's, yeah.
Okay, so now I think another question is I think there is you can categories you can look. This the Somyorwa, Pe go na ni barkawa, Tanga go na ni barkawa, Jue go na ni barkawa, Somyor is.
So
the Pe go na ni barkawa kares.
So if you remember too, there are the
Difficult.
reflections, and this is very traditional, that the way to reflect on how precious, the preciousness of human birth is through thinking about the examples, through thinking about the numbers or quantities, and thinking about causes.
So what is the example?
So there are some examples. There's one in particular that's very, very common, if any.
Okay, tell me the details, okay, total thing.
Make it an illustrative and engaging story.
That to be born with a precious human life will be equivalent to, in the vast ocean, there's like a little stick or even a needle, drifting, and then somebody from the air, and that's not a turtle actually, it's an airplane example. It's a small stick, drifting, on the ocean, and then somebody from an airplane
We've never heard the airplane
throws
example.
a ring, throws a ring, and you know, falls exactly where the little stick has been drifting on the ocean. Yeah, I'm sorry.
This must be Lama Tony's
Of
example.
course, of course. And then the turtle is similar. I'll leave it to somebody else to say. It's similar.
Yeah.
Okay, another story here.
Did some,
Yeah, Sean. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try. They're saying that the kind of precious human life is more rare than a blind turtle in the vast ocean that arises once every 100 years, putting its head through the little wooden yoke that's floating at the top of the ocean. Attaining this precious human life is more rare than that.
more rare than the chances of that turtle, that blind turtle sticking its head through the yolk blown about on the surface of the ocean. Yes, thank you.
But there's also this other one that says it's more rare than seeing stars in the day.
No, that is not an example.
Is that an example?
Yeah.
I remember that.
I think that is sometimes one of the examples. I think in the words of my,
It's in the words of my perfect.
oh, that's in the numbers. That's in, under the category of
Okay, Bobby,
numbers.
you think you want- Okay.
Attaining a precious human birth is more difficult than balancing dry beans on top of a needle and then balancing.
Okay, that's good too. Okay, so now next question is, okay, numbers.
Okay, does anyone want to give it a shot about the numbers, which is interesting because it's also examples, but it's more about to really think about how many beings there are in all the realms, which makes it very rare to be human because there's relatively so few human births.
Okay, so they say it's more rare to have a precious human life. Like if all beings are all the sand and the Ganges and all the beaches in the world, having a precious human life is equivalent to the particles of earth or dust that you would have in your cut, trimmed nail kind of thing.
And your what?
In your nails.
In your nail,
Like,
under your fingernail, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, one more. I think there are several different examples, yes.
One with the stars, maybe.
Right, yeah, Paul said that too. So we can needles, so standing upright needles, we can throw the peas or whatever, but they never stop.
If
in
you
that-
throw a pea onto a needle that's standing upright, the chances of that pea getting stuck on the tip of that needle.
And also we said this, to throw the pea in the wall, like a smooth, hard wall. So they never stays, impossible, right?
For the peas to
So
stick.
this human birth is
to
much
the wall.
harder than that. Okay, I think somewhat different. No, numbers.
The stars at night, the stars during the day. I don't remember the details though.
So what means the star day and star night?
So there's more beings in the hell realms, like the stars. And then those, I think, in the Hungry Ghost or animals are more like the number of stars in the day. And then I don't remember the one for the human.
Right, so,
so
up
it's-
to like, okay, so that's good. So this it is like hell beings. It is like nighttime star, and then Hungry Ghost is less because the daytime star, and the Hungry Ghost is the nighttime star, and animal realms is like a daytime star, and then they count the same thing. yeah.
Well, here what we have, and I think what we took it from, and they're different, it's explained differently in different texts, but what we have in the reflection is that the division is just about lower realms and higher realms. So the number of beings in the 3 lower realms is equivalent to the number of stars in the night sky, and proportionally the number of beings who are in the born as humans and the higher realms is as few as stars visible during the daytime.
Okay, another number. Okay, no. Okay, so if you
There's
now,
another one, there's another.
okay, maybe you can read another one. This
or-
the yada kawa huyum so by now.
Or there, does anyone remember something about beer?
Oh,
Yeah. Like giving, regarding numbers and making. and-
microbes, right, that are faster than have like the
So it's taught that there are as many hell beings as there are specks, oh, no, sorry. Yeah, that's connected with, so as there are specks of dust on the earth, that there are as many hungry ghosts as snowflakes that have fallen, I guess, ever. And there are as many animals living in the depths of the outer ocean as there are, this is kind of a weird one, actually, as there are particles of yeast that have flourished in beer brewing.
So what means that one?
In the spaces between the barley. Not much space.
All right, yeah. I don't know what it is.
So it's just the 3 lower realms. The example is with the 3 lower realms. I
Okay,
think
so
it's a little different in the words of my perfect teacher, that one, but we'll have to look, yeah.
okay, so next one is the cause. Yeah, what do you
The cause, the causes. Mhm.
Yeah.
So what are the causes? The reason why it's so rare to be born as a human being is because you have to create specific causes. And if those causes aren't there, it won't happen. So what are the causes that lead to being born as a human being? Mm-hmm. And in particular, there's one
Yeah,
that's
this
like
is-
the foundation. That's really like the most powerful cause for being born as a human.
moral conduct.
Correct. It's the ethical discipline or moral conduct. Mm-hmm. The Sultram in Tibetan.
Yeah, that's good, yeah. I think more there.
Well, yeah, they say it's super hard because when you're like an animal, it's like very easy just to kill other animals.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're a frog, you just like grab the fly, and it's very hard for the frog to be like, oh, that's such a beautiful fly, I'm gonna let it go, and you have to do countless of those acts of selflessness that put others first to like become a human and to be able to this selfish embodiment to like a selfless embodiment. That's the human.
Mm-hmm. Right, like animals act out of instinct, so it's very hard to control.
Yeah.
They also say like a boulder, right, that's coming down, like it's like just getting bigger and bigger, making more negativity, like, because you're trying to protect yourself, like do stuff, and it just keeps growing and more and more
Yeah.
negative, and it's hard to go.
They have specific 3 causes.
I have a question.
Huh?
So if you're in one of the higher realms and you've exhausted your merit, and you get reborn, do you get reborn in the human realm? Is that possible? Say you start your journey all over again?
You mean if you're born as like a deva, like a god?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Drupon and I just had a conversation about this because I was actually pointing out that from, in the Theravada tradition, like we really emphasize that it's kind of like a negative thing to be born as a deva, as a god, or in a state of absorption. Whereas from what I understand, in the Theravada tradition, it's not considered such a bad thing. And you can actually, it's considered a positive rebirth because actually you can receive teachings and you can practice the Dharma. Whereas, I asked Drupon about that and he did say that that is the case.
Yeah, so this Buddha said, we're thinking about human beings, right? Human beings, not necessarily all the human beings achieve enlightenment, or human beings all go to the lower ends, not like that. So individually different, Some
And it's
human
the same.
beings achieve enlightenment, maybe some human beings maybe go to lower realms. So same thing in the God realms. The God realms majority we call the long life God. Also God is kind of many different layers. God, either this this IRM, there are 6 different God, and then this Sungkam, what's the
Form realms.
Form realms.
And then
There's 17 different God realms. So some we call this IRM in the God, what called this the Inda, what is the Sampa Jaji? What is no Sampa, Inda and
say it again, sorry. Sangpa Jajin.
yeah. The Sanji Chushunget here. So
Yeah,
anyway,
the Brahma and Indra.
Yeah, Burma, India. So, yeah, those are the able to receive the teachings
From the Buddha.
and also the Buddha invite to God realms too. So
They were invited by the Buddha, or the Buddha was invited by them to the God realms.
But anyway, so these mainly God realms, long life God realms, they that exhort, this merit and falling the lower realms.
So the vast majority just exhaust their merit and fall to lower realms. But there are some who it's a really fortunate rebirth and they can continue with their Dharma practice and maybe be born again as a human.
Okay, so we back to the this cause.
Yeah, merit. You have to
Clarify, but you can't
gather
fully
merit.
become enlightened from that realm, right? Do we have to be born as a human?
The Sanjegi Gopang Toyaki Chidu Yinji Minji Milu the Chewalengo Gurebe. It's also possible to become enlightened in the God realm.
And you have to develop merit as a cause, I believe, right?
Sonam Sako Gyurwa Yinji Minji the Sanjegi Gopang Toya.
Yeah, that's true, but I think specific things.
May I ask a question, please?
Okay, yeah, the one of the, okay, so this almost got here, so as I said, what is the moral ethics, right? What is it?
Moral ethics,
Right.
or pure conduct. The word that is in Tibetan is sundu, so it's moral.
Right. And then you don't say aspiration prayers.
I'm not
So
sondru, it's sodrim.
No, aspiration prayers.
Aspiration prayers, which is what
So
Nathan
that's
just
that
said.
one more time, one more.
And there's one more thing,
Specific.
but I don't think we wrote it this way, so we should also change it.
Yes, closer. Yeah, closer. So there. So now is maybe finished at this. So Terawa, listening.
Yeah.
Hitsutem number tabi hisons.
So with the foundation of completely pure discipline or moral conduct,
And jinso pachitok torches.
and with the assistance of generosity and the other perfections,
6 paramitas. Okay.
the 6 paramitas.
And then tar molam number happen some years.
And finally, making really pure aspirations, or making aspiration prayers with pure intentions.
Right, so that's
Completely
its
pure
root,
intentions.
you know, other than, yeah, we can explain in many ways, you know, how Bodhicitta.
So these are like the three main causes that lead to being born as a human being.
Okay. So the next page 10. Oh, sorry, yes. What is
Alana, you want to unmute yourself?
Okay.
Oh, yes, thank you. I remember from the Mani Drupchen, there was a part of the sadhana that was going through the different Buddhas of the 6 realms. Like there was a Buddha for the hell realm and the hungry ghost realm, the animal realm, etc. How does this relate to what you're saying about who can receive teachings? And is this more pointing to the all-pervasiveness of the Buddhas of all existence?
고송해. Di pena tuba dru yorwa. Dini di pena yang pena di yu re re la nang la pena sanje gel yang chu top chu nien ya ki koka yemba nang shingi pe drawo rebe yang na pena sanje ki Thinley ja chimpo de nangsi tamche la.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. 다 단다디 기타 베나산라오다 문라오다 라이 토바케 추낭기 요레 시네야 단다디 6 토바 족럽도 가세나다 코나스 직 동아시아 로반데야 키치트 인사레스.
So it kind of can be both. So, you know, in a way there, it can represent sort of the source of Dharma in each of those particular realms that can become something that like an emanation that guides beings in those realms, but also beyond like specifically entering into the Dharma and practicing the Dharma as a being of any of those 6 realms. It's more like the enlightened activity of the Buddha that manifests in the 6 realms and clears away or pacifies the suffering of beings and sort of maybe directs them, you know, in the right direction, if you will.
Okay. So now we page 10.
We have one more
Can I ask a question also?
Lisa, do you want to take it? Go ahead, Lisa.
Jay Neela has a question.
Yeah, I was just curious about the point of precious human rebirth and the virtue of not being handicapped. And I think just like as someone who was born with a disability, this point is so often misinterpreted, and I've been told by others that I'm unfit to practice the Dharma many times. And I think it's really important for teachers to be sensitive about this point. And from what I find from my own side, being born with a disability has given me an understanding of the Dharma that I wouldn't have if I was born able-bodied. So it seems to be more about just being fortunate about where we are, and not necessarily about, like, I feel like it's interpreted about this, like, I don't know, sense of being above or superiority. And I think also with people with, like, you know, maybe mental disabilities, like, they might not have the mental afflictions that like others have, so might not need the same kind of Dharma. And I think that like Dharma isn't accessible for in many ways. And I think we have this idea that we can just feel fortunate that we're able to practice the Dharma in this way, but like that it is like this feedback for where like Dharma isn't made accessible to everyone, and that it's this very narrow path that we have to adhere to, where it shouldn't have to be that way.
Thank you, Jen. That's a really important point. And I will say Jen is an amazing practitioner. She it blows me away, actually.
Thank you, Virginia.
Dini di Vermanki Bomoderwa. Dini Penangato Wangbo Matsangwa la ya di Nuni Chini mo Gainton mo Wangbo Matsangwa Chin re. Dini yang me kashe mo yang de chu nyamle che tukumare lap kin denda nyamyong jungyong yorwa yini yang morangi nyamyong la mo ge natsa la tene dini yang wangmo ma changbe ge jimsen la tene dini mo ge yang nuni chini de chu yang druya la kuare dini yang pento pena mo kase de denda ge natsa mena de le kale kapo yongere sangyorewa dini de Ramda did not overlap.
That's a good question. So there was a clarification should theories. Ambo Matamba say the Supo Ketchakan Yomaris. Ben Ambo Matamba tila same la Caresena Mondewa, Benachana, Yava Karimba Hamagova. Tene Megeva Karimba Hamagova. O Tindi Latine, Ambo Matama Labuyores, in a Tia Granty Yomaris, or the temporary la, to use cigarette in a young coti, permanent Marwa. Yina Yantanda, the Ingatoda, the Carsegore, Ambo Matama, Tina Lab, Ambo Matama, Kare Tiores, Specific Bechinala, Lumares, Semli, Sonores.
So he said, yes, absolutely. That's a really important distinction to make because we have this very vague term. It's also vague in Tibetan. I mean, it is literally without complete faculties or with incomplete faculties. But he said that, you know, the way to understand this is actually that it really doesn't have to do with the body, like physical handicap, physical body. It is a physical impairment. It really has to do with how it may, you know, whatever this lack of faculties, how it affects the mind. So to your point about what you said about some people maybe even having mental disabilities who have fewer afflictive emotions, or they have, you know, then if it isn't affecting the mind, then it wouldn't be a circumstance that prevents one from practicing the Dharma. But he said where it affects the mind is if for anybody in whom the ability to distinguish between the wholesome and the unwholesome, or virtue and non-virtue, is impaired. Like they cannot recognize virtue and therefore intentionally engage in virtue, and they cannot recognize non-virtue and therefore intentionally avoid non-virtue. So that's really what this point is referring to.
Right, even though the mentally is not talking about not permanence.
Oh, right. Wait, the Yapokoma song, sorry.
In a the temporary obscuration, Nekapke debate want to Tani, Tene Ambo Matama Laguyores, Nekapki, you know, temporary, okay?
And so, and
in a yanta, Tian, same they will maybe in a yanta, permanent la, Ambo Matama.
And he said it's also not like a permanent thing. It's actually temporary, and you know, when like temporary, and it doesn't mean that you know, somebody who has these temporary obscurations that prevent them from being able to practice the Dharma, that they're like excluded from the possibility of awakening. It's a temporary situation that temporarily inhibits one's practice of Dharma.
Tini mora question shimba de chorang demba re study ngazo de tesungruwa karsana tangi huwa na yere ko dungye mena Chodrug Maris, for example, garden or Rela Yorwa, or Tenayi, Nazo Dungi, Jim Santella Dani, Nazo Chuchigi Yores, Tina Sung Yore, Carson Yorsedan, Rover Rake, Tok, Nani, Karia or Yoris, and a Mulabe, Dungi Yores on it. Dungi, you with Jim Santella, then a muy ludentela opportunity, Sanjia Coca Yores. I think also that maybe this too long, but this link damada yorwa. Link the win Zambel link to la, the New York is Penachang Daminian, Halung Pabo, Lonzam, because they no Halan due to the Latin, the New York Mari Labudua.
So, and he said, with regard to what you shared about your own experience, that absolutely makes sense, because it is often the people who confront the most difficulty and hardship who end up really dedicating themselves to the Dharma and who actually have results in their practice because of suffering. So we need suffering in order to really be able to truly practice the Dharma, which is why it's considered less less beneficial to be born in the higher realms of devas, because there's so much pleasure that one isn't really motivated. So it's often suffering and really intense hardship that motivates people to practice the Dharma, and that brings us kind of sobriety to their practice that allows for understanding. Whereas and that's why we say that of the 6 realms, that the human realm is really the best for the practice of Dharma, because there is, the right amount of suffering. And even in the human realm, you have the different continents. So the continent of Jambudvipa is considered to be the best continent because it has suffering, whereas, unpleasant sound and, Balongchu and so forth, that in the east, then
continent or west continent,
the other
north
continents don't have enough
North- west
suffering. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Sashi Delay, Drupon in Virginia. One question I saw in a Jigten Sumgun teaching, he was teaching this practice for the time of death, and he was saying developing like strong loving kindness for your mother. If you died with like a sense of a strong loving kindness, you could be reborn in a Brahma realm, and that Brahma was a 9th level bodhisattva, and you would get teachings there. And I never heard that anywhere else. So I was wondering
Yeah.
if Drupon had any heard of that, or if that was like a skillful means, because I always heard Brahma realms there's too much absorption to really do anything else. So yeah.
So Brahma realms also being like the form realms.
The Brahma
Right.
God realm, the Mahamudra
Yeah.
Brahma,
So,
the teacher of Dharma.
but like based on the Brahma Viharas, so they would be based on absorption, like the 4 form or the form realms. Oh, he understood. Okay.
So interesting thing, so this, question. So I think so someone have like well prepared to or next life or whatever, merit, good karma, so on. So then next life born what did higher realms, right? Another kind of circumstance is like maybe before that human being is maybe not that practitioner, we can say, But during the death, or like suddenly, like genuine compassion, love. So those people mostly said go to garden quickly. Then also there are opportunities. And sometimes, like for example, I think many people we have, like for example, so suddenly said, okay, I sacrificed for the country, just jump up, then they die.
People who die for the sake of their country.
So sake of the others, just sacrifice,
Or sacrifice their life.
So those
Martyrs,
kind of people like tremendous, not a long time, genuine, maybe no planning, but suddenly they arise the deep and compassion for sentient beings. So those people, they said, Lord Gardner, and also like immediately like special human birth or something, you know, or God realm or human realms. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, John? Okay.
It's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so no question, right? Okay, so now page 10.
This life as fleeting as autumn clouds, the birth and death of beings like a dance. Their lives flash like lightning in the sky, passing faster than a waterfall.
Okay, so maybe someone maybe explaining this what saying in the here. Yeah.
Does someone want to explain what's being said here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In the text.
Give us a teaching on this text, on this verse.
We usually, most all the time, don't realize first how fortunate we are with a human precious life, but don't realize that what seems like a long time in our life, from the perspective of the universe and eons and everything, is less than a second. And we are wasting it so much. You know, every day is an opportunity, but we don't have another day guaranteed. And if we realize how short our life really is, like Lama Tony said, we should be practicing like we had the heart, the hair on fire. And I think that's also from another teacher.
It's in the 37
Yeah, also
Bodhisattva
specific what they say in the word here.
So I think he wants someone to explain a little bit according to the words, like how it's written in this verse. But that was great. Thanks, Yvonne.
Hold on. The people in Zoom.
So here in the verse it say, this life as fleeting as autumn clouds.
Mm-hmm.
So you go out, and I've had this situation before when I say a friend, hey, there's like a beautiful sunset, and you move the rise or put like thing, and you go out and it's no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
So the clouds, like literally, they're gone in like less than you can think. Like
Why this is autumn cloudy?
Because
wondering-
it's
yeah.
like one of the most beautiful clouds because they have the moon is really full. Like you have like all these colors. It's red. It's turning from green to red to yellow. Like it's just known to have this beauty in the air, like the wind is moving, you know, the clouds are passing, you know, everything is just like falling and changing, and the season of harvest. I mean, every season has its wisdom in itself. And I guess this in fall is like, it's just like this season of tremendous change and contemplation. We have the Thanksgiving, we have all this like, but that's what I think. I don't know, might be wrong.
What is different autumn cloudy and summer cloudy?
Well,
I don't think
summer is
this is a
really
fair
hot.
question.
Summer is like really hot, and it's like very
In
bright
Tibet,
and
it's
like
specific.
intense, and like it's just like full of energy, and like it's when you have the most, you know, I guess heat, and it's harder. Like spring is crisp and flowers and everything is fresh, and so every season has its wisdom, you know.
It's true. Actually, autumn really does have like an impermanence wisdom in it. But I think what Drupon Rinpoche is getting at is that in Tibet, the clouds in autumn are particularly fast moving. They dissolve, right, really quickly.
Right, so that's fast moving, changing, and also another thing is the shortest day.
Okay.
So that's kind of like, I don't know, like all entire the fifth element system is like kind of moving fast. So interesting, these the practitioners, right? So practitioners, they don't have what call this the machines, you know, kind of what call these telescopes, but they see how the deeply how to this functioning of five elements, how you're related to the external five elements, internal our body and the five elements, and then the plus the top is the mind, how they interconnected, you know. So like sometimes like we talking about the ocean, right? Ocean, what called this, the bear, changa bamakari. So anyway.
The particles of
Baro.
yeast in
Not
a.
really, it's not related actually. But. Okay, so this
No,
mainly
the-
is the actually saying is the barrel, right? Barrel, real whatever barrel,
Barrel.
and completely filled up the barley, and then little bit pour the water. But all the how
it's
many
like
barleys
froth.
is the
Particles.
touch each other, the completely filled up. So the practitioner can see how many beings in the ocean. So like, it looks like we are ocean, right? Ocean is just only water. But the practitioner can see more like inside fish, animals, like they think it completely filled up.
It's like the barley that's completely filling a barrel.
Right. So this can see. So like for example, many practitioners like longitudinal and Gamboba or Malare, but maybe they never see the ocean, actual thing. But how many they can, you know, this beyond like their eyes. So anyway, so the atom cloudy, I think, faster and shorter. So that's why moving. So this example, otherwise, well, like what a different summer autumn,
Why autumn?
cloudy, and the autumn cloudy is, ordinarily sense that's what is the difference. We know different, but okay. Right. Okay. So the next one. So next question is okay. Norwegian call it the birth of the beings in the dancing. Yeah.
Yeah, on the second verse, the birth and death of beings is like watching a dance.
Second line, yeah.
Yeah. So I was thinking that, you know, when something is born or like you're getting ready to watch a dance, there's this excitement, this curiosity, right, of the birth. And then as you're watching the dance, you know, you might have some anguish that it's going to end, and like we have anguish and resentments or whatever when you're getting ready to die.
Okay.
I think it's awesome that everyone's relating to these
Okay,
in
yeah.
their
another
own way.
explanation.
It's wonderful. Yeah. But,
You understand dance, okay?
For the dances, like everybody is also wearing like maybe different masks or costumes or playing all these different characters, and there's a lot, everything's always moving and changing and nothing stays the same, and appears different ways and interacts different ways. So it's always in motion and always changing.
Exactly, yes. So that's good. So this dance, right? So we call it Dharma dancing, whatever here, like custom, whatever.
costumes.
So,
Yeah.
right, so we call like, they very quickly change. So like, for example, first the Achi mass, so, oh, we do Achi dance, But that is, this person is not really Achi, but secondly is that, like 5 minutes, come back.
And they change.
And then the other guy, same person, oh, Mahakala, this Mahakala dancer, But he's not Mahakala, and this kind of changing. So we thinking is the life is, oh, no problem, like we have time, we have more practice, and so saying examples, not really, you look like dance, so maybe, so one dance take like 5 minutes, so not that long, so I think that's an example.
Also what is really impacts me about this line is that we think things are real. We take it so seriously. We get caught up in the display, in the play of life, which is not really, it has no substance. People are playing these roles and this karmic thing is playing itself out, and we take it so seriously and we get invested and we miss our chance to practice because we're distracted by this the theater display of this life, which is essenceless.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about our lives, I think sometimes in here we trivialize it as if the daily is a dance, is just an illusion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think then when we do that, I think we lose grasp on how beautiful and wonderful and truly precious it is. So yes, I understand the point of Dharma and practice, but to me, the Dharma and the practice is more supportive to the dance, to the life, to the interactions with people. And sometimes I tap out and I go into the practice, right? And then I realize that while I'm sitting here in this practice, there's this world of things that I can be doing to help other people and stuff. Not to get too trapped in one, because I think the one is just there for the other. And without the other, what's the point of the one? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, but
Te pena tenda te sam la pena te mitse te yang dunga re juma re te nune tu trola re tene ngaso te pena nyamlin che ya mato tenda te di ke chembo re shemba de yang tenda dunda meba nangshin de ningbo meba nangshin te yene yang nune chini mitse te nune te samgi mi kapa re yang nune denda pe yamsen re tene sam la pena yang denda de de mitse de dukchare rawo de nyamlen chea mato denda dunda yumare samna tene yang te sa gare la go gare yang pena gare la go gare appreciation rawo meba rawo chak sigire tene kong sam la nune chine yang kong den chu nyamlin chepe kala sam nune chini did trolare sam gere sam nu sam gere sam kongi Nuni tininga chilo la dro, mila rokpa che, tini ge de mila pin to che, tini yang di ke che gamare we, tawo samgerwa.
Really, that's chorong lava, they be good yaboris.
That's a good point.
Ti indi ta ti nga tsu di teres karsena, tsu karsena terwa. Tangbo sanje gona ke te doa, devek tabik ten yores. Ti indi yina nga tsu la ta ti ko tab jek na juni yo mares. Pena korwa ngenjung jie na nga tsu ti dokcho la pe korwan dela mato beke ta leka kaya meba ta nga de jigbo mato ta samno juni me na inche mini ngenjung jie gugu yo res. Ngenjung majin chu dugu ma res. Ti indi yang korwa dugbo re seya di tan jiken song yorwa. Nga tsu korwa seya di korwe rangi korang la samno tanga na tanda tan jiken song do kunde lakpe tojab seya da korwe rangi korang la nyangelen de bari song do ten nga tsu ti indi korwe nandi chongji ma go ba songdi tanda benda pakmo tsu yung do pakmo ye jang yong gom seya de tsu korwe nang la yori te
Pagru gare?
pakmo tu ba kamba do kamba ti kamba ye jang yorwa 샵 예장 요로 용 꼼 요로
Oh, yeah.
어디인데 대리 스타팅인데 가서 양아치 콘탈 홍로야 요 사마레스
So he said, the Buddha's message was how to achieve happiness, how to overcome suffering. And there's not just one method for that. He taught many methods. However, as Dharma practitioners, if we don't generate a sense of renunciation with regard to samsara, we will not practice. So it is necessary to go through a disenchantment where we realize the essencelessness of phenomena and have a genuine sense of renunciation arise, and this becomes motivation or inspiration to practice. But the point of the practice is to subdue your own mind. So if one, for instance, but then if we think it fall into, samsara is bad, it's all just depressing and meaningless, but we don't really transform our mind, then it can become counterproductive. And actually, if we do subdue our minds, it isn't actually, Lord Jigten Sumgun makes a point of samsara and nirvana are two sides of the same hand. And so if you, and likewise, so if, and the example of the lotus, right, of being born in the mud but not stained by the mud. So if one is at the capacity to be in the world and to not be stained by the faults of the world, so to speak, or if we have subdued our own mind, then absolutely, then there is, no, like you don't have to fall into one extreme. So he said, for instance, Mahamudra, the reason why he's depicted as having his right leg extended and his left.
Not Mahamudra.
I thought you said Mahamudra.
Okay, that's Mahamudra.
Oh, I thought it was weird. I was like, I've never seen a statue of Mahamudra like that, but okay. Vajrayogini, the reason why she has Pagmo is, and Pagmodrupa, Pagmo is Varahi. So her right leg is bent up and her left leg is extended is because this indicates, not falling into either extreme of existence or peace.
Okay. Okay, so now we come back. Likabet, I think we have to study. We called yesterday what course 9 by 9 or what is it?
The 9 nested, but I'm not sure that that's actually a correct that explanation works, because the way I understand it is that there are 3 within each of the 3. but it sounds like Rinpoche is saying there are 3 within each of the 3 and 3 within each of those. But in any way, it's 9 sets of contemplation that are kind of they're divided. First 3 divided into 3 and so forth.
Right, and also this, I think, related the question. So also we said like, okay, impermanent, right? So I think why we understand the impermanence, right? So reason is, okay, we not waste the time. So mainly we thinking about, but we said, oh, I'm dying, so not make suffering instead of the be happy to use this time. So sometimes we don't understand how important is time. So because we have to do many things, life, so we survive, on life and or spiritual path. So both you need to take time, so even the worldly things we done, even though you have cook, take time. And wash the dish, take time. You cannot avoid, I no more cooking and no more clean. No, I don't think so. But then I have to have job, and then your practice. So that's, I think, interesting. Dharma practice is kind of like, I think individually a little bit different, Sometimes sort of energy, little bit, scary in the samsara or scary death. So then kind of easy to practice, right? So not 100% way, but sometimes, the own mind is kind of strange too, The human beings, the mind is really intelligent, amazing. One side is kind of, I don't know, maybe cheating ourselves, right?
Cheating ourselves. Yeah, sometimes we deceive ourselves. That's what he's trying to say.
All right.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, excuse or make lazy, or I don't know. So this sometimes we know, but we're not doing.
We know what we need to do, but we don't do it.
Right, so that's the issue. Okay.
What you're saying is very important because I want to share that as I get older, I realize.
Make younger. Why you become older? We wish to younger, right? We don't want to older.
Well, but I don't feel like I felt 10 and 20 and 30 years ago. So when you start becoming more conscious of that your body is perishable and your functions are not the same that you used to have, then when you start feeling like the urgency, like, oh my God, this opportunity, it's gonna end sooner than I expected. I'm already maybe halfway or more than halfway. Mm-hmm. And that's when it becomes really, I thought I had renunciation, but then it becomes more like pressure, like you really have to take it seriously because we think we have another day guaranteed and it's not. Mm-hmm. So we have to really fight the venoms of laziness and distraction because it's a reality. We're just getting closer to departure.
Yeah, it goes by so fast.
No worry. So yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. That too. But I think this, we said like we have a lot of opportunities too. How much we understanding. So this very rare, you know. So these days we talking about the karma cause effect. Like really the spiritual. We thinking about spiritual part, how we can practice, you know. But we doing there. We told to the enlightened, told to, you know, benefit sentient being. That's very rare, you know. So how many people, okay, how many population in the earth, but how many people really practice? I think not many, I think. So these themselves, like their power, money.
Their focus,
is mainly focus on like truly this life or.
Only.
But I think I don't know because we don't have clairvoyant, but seems to be there is not many compassion at once. Particular leaders, I don't know.
Yeah, people really focused on practicing.
But maybe they
virtue.
have responsibilities. Who knows? Okay, so your dedication.
So page 24 in the prayer book, or what's it, page 23 here? 28? Page 28 in the text. Just do part of it.
Also, just want to let you guys know, Drupon, and I forgot to make this change, and I thought this was going to be our final version of the sadhana, and of course it is not. So there are a number of changes that have to be made, and also part of that is Drupon Rinpoche said it is important to have more dedication prayers. So when you're doing practice on your own, so we'll add in the next version more extensive dedication prayers too.
Okay. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara.
Thank you. See you 2 o'clock.
Yeah, he told me, are you going to hear me after? Yeah. He's going to, I think he's going to pass. I kept saying, there are people, and he was like, later. So he'll do it in the afternoon. I'm just going through the files. Can you send me summary files, please? I sent them to everybody this morning.
Okay, so come and check my email.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, so I'm gonna stop here.
And, you know, Ivan, you
What again?
That like if you like use it, maybe like by like month or two, usually like it'll go away. So how do you?
Maybe one at a time.
I've never really got it out. Do they have like techniques or tips that you buy? Well, that's the thing. Like I've never gotten anybody to teach me. So I'm just like every time I make one, it's a new experiment. So how I've done it like this far, like this one has the mechanism on the outside, like right here. So that's why I think there's nothing here, right? Usually I'm going to put up to here, and then I will touch the top or make it so it kind of stays here. Sometimes like I kind of wanted to put a bearing over here or something. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, basically this is like turning a box. Yeah, turning a handle. And it's this. So late working is like one of my specialties. I mean, walk. What do you call it? Like social media? Not for my woodworking stuff. No. It's more under the table. I read tarot for a living. Oh, really? That is so interesting, really. It's kind of like the like I have a super.
I'm gonna be here at 10. I have a plan. I had to pick up a lens in Miles.
It should be right there. Oh, yeah.
I did sell it all.
I have to put the.
Oh man, that is awesome.
Backwards, instead of the right. I have to put like a mantra in there though.
Hey, do me a favor. Can we shorten it?
No, yeah, this actually is coming out like right now as we do it. Oh, like literally like I just put there to see how they like it. You like them before I finish. You like that color? This is a lot of people assume because the amethyst and this is shade.
Yeah.
It's nice, right?
That's where you.
I was like making this particular wheel and I had the idea first. I wanted to draw something there, but I didn't want to mess it at the end and I just left it. Like you can make like a painting there or a knife. Just because it might fly away. Right? Yeah. You want to make it like. How do you make the monster says? Is it unscrew at the top?
Put your weed in there.
Yeah. You could if you want. Look.
That's how old we are.
Like what they have is like the earth mandala. That's
Oh my gosh.
you put the tree of blood, you put it on the hole, and the prayers, you put the all the well, what? This? No, that's where you put the water. Roll it. Yeah. Yeah, but it's kind of falling there on the side. You have to like re-tie it. Alright, I think they want to go eat. You can keep it for now so you see it.
No, brother.
Okay.
I got patience.
Okay. It's coming.
No, it's looking good.
It's coming online. Soon.
Right. Looks amazing.
You want to come eat with us?
I've actually got to go to a Christmas party.
Oh, so you're not coming back?
I'm not.
Okay, well, good to see you, bro. I'll give you a call once it's done. I want to finish it hopefully before Christmas for you, so.
Oh, cool.
That would be the best.
I'll be out of town starting next Wednesday, so don't be in too much of a hurry, 'cause I won't be around.
Alright, maybe after Christmas then.
Yeah.
Come back.
I
Okay.
appreciate it. It's amazing, dude.
Looking good, right?
Yeah, your craftsmanship is definitely spot on.
The what?
Your craftsmanship, man, is getting there.
Thank you.
Now watching it get better by the day.
Well, yours is the newest one, so it should be the best. You know?
Getting down part's easy. But I bought my Ralph's gel cushion for my knees today, because when I got home yesterday, my knees were like, wow, this wasn't your nice cushy rub at home.
Yeah, I had, yeah, I don't know, but day before yesterday, my hips were kind of funny. It's like I slept badly or something, slept in a weird position or something. And it wasn't horrible, but it was like, in the morning it was noticeable. And it's still sort of on and off. Little no good. I was wondering whether the frustrations yesterday were aggravating. Could be.
So I guess I can do the envelopes.
Chicken. Original.
I can do it. Yeah.
Whatever works. It's the end result.
Hopefully we end at 5.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, you know, these things, people keep asking questions, sometimes it's more than a half hour, you know.
True enough. Yeah. Well, it's okay, you know, just stand up, walk out, do dedications on your walk home.
Yeah. You ready for the board meeting later?
That's on the 19th, isn't it? It is.
I think, yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, one of the things they were talking about that's going to be on the agenda is they have to find someone for the 3-year program now. They're kind of basically went MIA and is not responding to anybody
Well, she's probably in Arizona right now.
she's here, she's been here. I saw her the other day, just yesterday.
Really?
A couple days ago too, yeah.
I know that she's aiming at going to Zoom.
Well, she already did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was an Equinox thing.
What?
An Equinox. So
I don't know.
Okay, well, I haven't talked with her for, in a good while. Not in a 3-year program.
Not really running it, but just kind of coordinating some things, helping with some of the things. So what was the issue with the Spanish?
They kept dropping the interpretation function. So I would set it, and they say, oh, it's good, and then they say it's not working. same, functions.
All those obstacles.
Yeah. Zoom bars.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough, you know, it's many layers removed from being here in this room, so it's, I think the more layers you add, it's just gonna be the more, likely that it will come to the Zoom wireless and other wireless.
Everything seems to be cobbled together in one. So what's a surprise that, and the other thing people don't really think about is that, like these solar flares, they interfere with a lot of the internet and a lot of the electronics and the signals that travel through. They get power surges when the radiation comes, all this other stuff sometimes happens, like these solar storms are, and sometimes wipe out communications altogether. There's no telling what's going on. Bright House or Spectrum is in the process of updating their whole system in St. Pete, so my estimate is maybe there's some stuff going on with nodes around here too. I mean, could be a zillion things.
Solar flares.
So the northern lights were just last week, right?
Yeah, they've been going on all summer and fall. Yeah, I saw a picture not that long ago, they were really intense. I think.
I've never seen that. I should move north.
I know. They came down to Tallahassee, and you could see them off the causeway one another.
Really?
And Dunedin, yeah.
I've never seen that.
And that's in, like, looking up here. Solar, the northern lights.
Ah, yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So did the, your bell? It makes a big difference. That's a very interesting retreat.
Yeah.
You know, activity.
Okay, so refuge. Page. Refuge, yeah. Refuge for make reverse.
Okay, page 3 in the text. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from a happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
The impermanence, so this morning we have discussions. Today that the COVID is
So can anyone remember some part of the sets of 9 that are in the category of impermanence? Yeah, the 9 ways of contemplating impermanence. Or maybe start with the 3, right?
Yeah, of course, the root.
Like what are the root 3? Yeah. Oh, wait, can you please wait for the microphone? Sorry, yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, what of beings, of things and realms, or what
No,
are we talking
oneself,
about?
actually. It's in terms of death, actually. We can be more specific.
I remember the one where there is no being who has not died.
That's one of them.
Contemplating that even our Lama will die.
That's within that category.
Okay.
But there's first the outer categories. So that's actually one of the 3 inside of the first one. Yeah, for some, I don't think that, is the mic working? Is it on? Did you turn it on?
Impermanence of the inner inhabitants.
So that's great. That's not what we're talking about right now, but that is one of the, like even more fundamental contemplations on impermanence.
You're talking about the 3 by 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, first 3, so what is?
So what are the
then
first 3? The first 3 categories, and then
within
inside those 3 are 3.
I will surely die.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We will definitely die.
Nobody knows when you die.
Yes, that's number 2.
Yeah, and then whoever, like, cause and effect is kind of like what.
Yeah, nothing will follow us except for karma. Nothing can accompany us at the time of the death. So those are the 3 categories. We will definitely die. When and how we will die is uncertain. And there is nothing that can accompany us at the time of death except for our karma.
Okay, so good.
Chatandu de pater de sum re la sum, but dele sum yoba shara koma song de pater de reflection nang la yomare sum nang la sum yore mato. Okay. Tini lao ya yorebe.
Chanti nando eti.
Do, that's good. So does anyone want to give a shot to what are the three inside of the first one, or the three considerations under we will definitely die? Like what are the three ways of contemplating how that is so?
So young people die, holy beings die, and there's three. And young, old, and holy, they all die. It don't matter.
So that is actually the three within the first category. So first we will definitely die. It's uncertain when and how we will die, and nothing can accompany us at the time of death. In the category of we will definitely die, the first one is, since there's no one in the past who has not died, we will definitely die. And then you're breaking that one down. But then the second one, what's the other reason why we will definitely die? Yes, this body is composite because our body is compounded. And then the third one is, what's the other reason?
Maybe if you look, so maybe we can read the whole thing too.
Read the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
One more time.
Okay, so the third one is...
Everybody have text or no? I don't know.
I don't think people prepared to bring the reflections.
You can read that one.
Yeah, I have it.
Oh, great. Okay. I did. I emailed it this morning. So it's in the impermanence reflections for retreat. So we're actually on page 4, the impermanence of this life.
Yeah. I have, since there is no one in the past who has not died, we would definitely die. Since our bodies are composite in nature, we will definitely die.
Yeah,
Since
so
life
we
is
together, yeah. Okay. Everybody ready?
Since life is exhausted moment by moment, we will definitely die. So we want to read underneath that, Drupon?
Yeah, just the start, it begins.
Well, do you want us to start at impermanence or just in this section?
Yeah, this 9, only 9.
Okay. So you want us to read just explain what the 9 are, or
Yeah.
okay. So then we can go down to.
Mari, no. You start.
So you want to read the whole paragraph? Yeah. Okay. On the bottom of page 4, as said by Ashwagosha, whether on the earth or in the higher realms, have you ever seen or heard about someone who was born but did not die? Do you have any doubt about this? Even the Buddha, who was fully enlightened with all the major and minor marks, still was subject to impermanence and has to experience death. Likewise, all the great masters of the past, powerful and realized yogis who had all sorts of miraculous powers and cities, those who have mastery over the channels, winds, and drops, who can live off of energy and the vitality of the elements without solid food, eventually they must also die. No matter how rich, no matter how beautiful, no matter how powerful, everyone will have to die. Not even the most skilled and famous of doctors can find a cure for death. Right, that was what I was getting at. So, like, are we doing refuge or are we doing impermanence?
Okay,
Yeah.
so then the next one.
So then I think what he just wants us to do is go through the 9. So the second category, it is uncertain how and when we will die. So the next 3 are on page 6. So since life offers no guarantee of following a set path through childhood, prime years, and old age, it is uncertain how and when we will die. And that's what you were getting at, Isaac, right? Since the body has no real essence, it is uncertain how and when we will die, which is really interesting because that's kind of the same as what was just above. Because there are many conditions that can become the cause of death and few conditions for sustaining life, it is uncertain how and when we will die. So those are the three there. And then for the final three is on page 9. So there are three things to contemplate regarding how nothing can accompany you at the time of death. So none of your wealth can accompany you at the time of death. That's number 1. 2, loved ones and relatives cannot accompany you at the time of death. That's and then 3, not even your own body can accompany you at the time of death.
Okay. We guess. Okay, so now we page 11. Okay. Bound by time, even a king must die, leaving wealth, friends, and family behind. Wherever he goes like a shadow, his karma will follow him along. Okay, so how many virtues and how many non-virtues? Everybody agree to 10? No. Okay. So then they divide by body, speech, mind. So how? 3, 4. Huh? 3, 4, 3. Okay, so how? Yeah, 3. What is how is 3 from the body? Who has the mic? Let's see. Oh.
So killing, stealing, sexual misconduct.
Okay, so someone this from for speech. Sean, do you want to just stand up as like the Vanna White and pass the mic to people? Thank you. You no need to look right now, okay?
So no divisive speech, right? Therefore? Yes. No divisive speech, no lying, speak in a way that harbors harmony.
Or that, no, I think she's getting a divisive speech.
I can't remember the rest. That's what I got.
Okay, somebody.
I think you missed the idle talk. And harsh speech. Got it all?
covetousness and malice or ill will, and I think abiding by wrong view. There's a virtues, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we moved on to mind. Right? We did speech, so.
Okay, so what is mind?
Yeah.
What is it?
Can you repeat that, John Allen?
The virtues of mind are covetousness or like greedy gas, like Schmeagol, Lord of the Rings. Malice or ill will, like malevolent thought, like having an ill manner, being ill-intended towards people, ill-disposed towards others, and having like wrong view. Yeah,
Wrong view, correct.
like a
Yeah.
misconstrued moral framework, like a maladaptive moral framework.
Thank you.
Sangson. Okay. So now is maybe like a bit divide. We said already yesterday killing, right? So.
But the pay to you, Manara, Garcia, the pay, the penayang, the sayala, the temu shedang ducha sumgi pay gandere.
Okay, so yeah. So this okay, killing is
so would people could somebody explain, so we spoke about, for instance, I think it was this morning, maybe it was yesterday. Oh, yesterday. How there's killing that is killing based on anger, killing based on desire, killing based on ignorance. So would anyone like to share 3 examples of, or examples of what killing based on hatred, desire, and ignorance would be? Where's the mic?
So the hunter would be killing for desire for the meat or skin or what have you. Anger might be at the time of war or with an adversary. And then ignorance would be making sacrifices thinking that they're spiritually beneficial when they're actually non-virtuous.
Good. Okay.
Where does fear fall into that?
Oh, good question. Sometimes la de shenang la dine say gerawa shenang. Dine penna de temok ducha shedang sum nangla gare nangla drogare shen probably anger.
Yeah, anger, I think.
Because fear is like in a sense of other and being threatened by other.
Wouldn't it also be not knowing, kind of
ignorance also, yeah. Well, ignorance runs through everything, really.
Yeah. That just involved, kind of interesting, there is a 3 poisons, kind of like, really, who is a little bit, higher but interconnected. Okay, so now I think, there was speech la kasiyores speech no zori this speech la heart water la countries.
So would somebody like to give an example of harsh speech? What is harsh speech? Or what are the different types of harsh speech?
Yes.
Yeah. The different categories. I think there are 3.
I know too. Well, harsh speech could be a parent to a child, saving them from doing something that would get them harm.
That would be harsh speech?
Yeah. you
Or
have to
like beneficial harsh speech?
Yeah, would you have to speak to them harshly in order to get them to stop doing something? You don't want them to cross the road and get hit by a car, so you may be a little wrathful in your speech.
But what is like that's a little bit more complex because the intention is not so malevolent. But like, what is harsh speech? It's like the non-virtue of harsh speech. The mid-check like penayang than the New York
Harsh speech. Very terrible.
Yeah. Hurtful.
Yes, the three difference. I know 3 categories. So
Of harsh speech.
Yeah, harsh speech is if you want to offend somebody, you want to be aggressive to them. Foul language. Without bad intent.
So if they fall into the same 3 categories, like one could be just being mean to somebody out of resentment or hatred, but you could also, harsh speech could be manipulative out of desire, right? Or you could just say something that hurts somebody's feelings because you're not really considering somebody else's feelings because of ignorance.
yeah, right. Terrible. The mola wana yiti. Ta kashi te yoris direct so bad direct. So one is harsh water directly, right? So you said right, and then check cuts in
Indirect. So the second category is indirect, which is like insinuating or sort of like saying something in a way that is not direct, but it's still hurtful.
What a nice shirt.
Not. Yeah.
What a nice shirt.
Colors.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really good example of how they often explain it in Tibetan, like making kind of like making fun of, but in a way, like complimenting someone, but it is in a way that is meant as an insult. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
The love song.
Love song. Pena churang the totung be apodo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarcasm.
Is that sarcasm? Yeah.
Tega na yite te yorwa karsa de jun zobas.
And then the third category is via third parties. So it's like sort of behind someone's back. Kind of, yeah, like gossip.
Okay. So now you guys choose what you want to explaining this within the 10 nanotues.
So there
you can choose what is this one.
Or what it is that you remember that made an impact on you.
I think that the
idle speech one made a big impact on me because I felt like that was something I had to think about a lot, because I felt like there was a lot of people-pleasing tendencies or just like engaging in conversations that I wasn't really interested in or that weren't really doing anything for me. And I feel like I would have thought it would be mean to maybe like remove myself from that, from a conversation that wasn't benefiting either party, that was just idle.
Kind of pointless.
Yeah, like small talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like I thought about that one the most.
Yeah, along the same thinking, I remember, to me, that's like very impactful because you said it was one of the worst ones.
Mm-hmm.
And most people don't think, oh, you know, maybe killing or something else would be worse. But because of the waste of time and using up precious human life, and it seems to be that it also leads to a lot of the others. And so
And it's the one we do the most.
that's the one that's
Yeah.
ingrained really well.
Well, it's societally, as like socially in the West, like it's expected for, it's polite to be engaging in small talk all the time, and if you're not, then you're considered rude. And so then, if you're not engaging in small talk with people, it can come across as being harmful to somebody else's perception. So that was I think a cultural thing that was interesting to think about.
They saw the shows through the talk shows, but they basically just talk crap.
That's true.
Every week.
Yeah, I think that's really important. More love, kitchen borwa. Karsana, Tambodi Karzamguri, Nangaso, Tandari, Jipe, Heart, Wondo, da Nang, Chindo, Yomarwa, Koji, Karsegota, conversation of Chagarwa. Yinaya, that tella, Nato, human Hachajigo, human Hachati Karsana, could dualistic Kotiganum involve Chigora. Kisiji Yabondo do love nothing, Kopajola, Yabo Mendoji, Labgo, or what I mean, Rajik. Yana Kojik Dubondo Jido Ladan, Kot Dubodo in a Kig Yabodo, say Yanko. When a Chinati Labwa Yomar, Casino Yabodo Lavna, Met Yabodo Lavna, Del Sarwa. Hinati Shagi Omarwa. Yan Magic Dubodo Lavna, Digio Dubondo Lago, Dubondo Lavna, Digma, Yan Yaboji in Chim in Shago, that he can't make a later zone.
So he said, yeah, that's thank you, Ali. Like that's really, really important to reflect upon, and like you have, because in some, and like you know, as you mentioned, like even more potentially harmful than harsh words, because harsh words, there's usually some acknowledgement of, you know, or awareness that you know, you have some regret usually with the harsh words, but with idle chatter, it's like just there's this unawareness. It seems harmless, and yet it also creates a really strong imprint, because it's our human tendency is to constantly judge and constantly fall into like dualistic thinking, dualistic concepts. And so most of our discussion is just like reinforcement of dualistic grasping. So for instance, you say, oh, somebody is good, and then the response has to be, well, maybe not. There's this also that's not so good. And even the opposite, even if we're, you know, if somebody is speaking praises about someone, then the response will be kind of to maybe point out, because you know, there is that habit of dualistic tendency. He said, so, oh, but actually maybe this is not so good. And so then in this way, the often conversation reinforces dualistic grasping, and it's endless. It's like there's never any end to kind of that kind of idle chatter. Right? Yeah.
Right. So this, I think, interesting thing, you know. So, like for example, like I think we can say talking about the Nyedong, right? Nyedong's good. So then just Nyedong's good. Leave alone there. Nyedong's good, right?
We can just leave it at that. Nyedong is
that's
good.
That's okay, you know. But now, or the end is maybe other is bad. So that's kind of like there, kind of like, so this kind of human tendency, so this one is good, but one is not good, you know. Or one's bad, but then, oh, he's okay. So this actually I don't know, like human nature.
I see, yeah.
Right,
I think
so
I
this
misunderstood.
not really, I said the conversation is one is good, okay, yeah, as it's good, live long there, that's general talking about have to have like always like
The tendency of conversation.
like kind of like attachment versions,
Comparison,
like kind of like
precisely.
be together, like almost like it's like necessity, you know. Even though I said maybe no necessity, like long run, but maybe short time. Oh, he's good. I live no, that's okay. But no, these some things else there, you know. So that's kind of the start. I think really started charter, you know. So. And also kind of interesting too, you know, this, if dualistic talk, it's interesting, you know, so that's good, you know, like everybody exciting, you know, involved, okay, the talking. So. But otherwise, like,
what he means
maybe,
is there's intrigue.
right, and maybe Dharma talk, maybe everybody boring, I don't know. I don't want to listening. So yeah, I don't know. So that's yeah. I think really the important is the we other chatter, you know. So, but these days kind of I don't know. So technology, you know. So even though we less the human reaction, but more I don't know. So
We engage in silent idle chatter with our phones.
yeah. Distraction. So yeah, also the political thing, you know. So really is that we not really kind of the political, you know. So we don't know reality. I think we really probably don't know, but we guessing this right, wrong. That's kind of endless. But anyway, so that's
No.
good choice. Okay, so what's your question?
How does constructive criticism or feedback fit into that? Because sometimes I feel like, I guess two people will be talking and they're giving constructive feedback to each other, and then it turns into something else.
Yeah, that's tricky. Dine samla pena yang me rokpa cheya ki chitu samla pena me shimba gi chun rawo yang tingo samne rokpa chego samne pena yang pensun dina o chirang norwa dere lapa la yang dangpo tes yapo yimba nangshin chagarawa yini angjela yang shimba chek chagare.
Yeah, that's true. So this, I think, like even though the begins, you know, the good, you know, good motivation, whatever, looking for solution, but then because the falling, the habitual, you know, tendency individually, so then maybe, you know, not good way, you know. So, but that's why the love or what in it, Kecha laviala, nyungure sungdo, jegne theories, kecha laviala.
Kecha laviala nyungere?
Kecha laviala nyungure is not too much.
Yeah,
talking.
it's important to cut down on our speech, actually,
right.
to not say so much.
Right, and then, and also I think very difficult, right? But I think a very, very important part is that the Buddhas really emphasize many times. So we ordinary mind to ordinary mind, we don't know what. How to say?
So an ordinary person cannot understand or know what is actually in another ordinary person's mind.
That's true. So that's why he said, you not judge to others, not judge to, you know, to others, because we don't know, really is that, you know. So we guessing sort of like he's good person, bad person, I don't know. But really is that we really don't know person, So that's, if we don't know, then why we say it's good, bad, those things.
And
so
I-
that is kind of like really aware, so we speak.
Be very aware of our speech.
Right.
And it sounds like he's saying it's not really our job to give someone constructive feedback, actually.
Right. So sometimes
Because we
they-
don't really know what's going on with them.
Particularly like other chatter, sometimes issues, sometimes angry, or that's like a bit different. But always, we can aware we're not talking about others, particularly, judgmental, say good.
In a judgmental way.
Yeah.
Change the habit of judging.
Mm.
See people's qualities instead. Everyone has qualities.
What's the word for judging in Tibetan? What is the word for judging in Tibetan? Is there like because for me judging has such a negative connotation, but it's also like a thing that you need when you're assessing something's quality. Like, I think it's my inner microphone, but okay. So what is the word for judging?
Well, I think it's not there. It's what I usually would say, chadang, it's a habit of attachment and aversion, is judging, essentially.
Right, so Tibet actually, right, so they call this another thing is Tibet called chuto.
Oh yeah, there's a great word, chuto. Which
so this is not really, I think it's not really hard word, but really meaningful. So chuto senarwa. Chorang chuto chia yo mari labdu chorang job mari no lab go chuto chorang job mari chorang chuto you na.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
chuto lamna chorang job ina. Ta chorang leka ina ta chorang chuto chi chogre chorang job ro chorang leka ro. Yina chorang ki leka mai ba ngaso nge leka maro ko yak bodo 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 la na te ngaso ti ngaso lengen yo maro ngaso not judge not our job, right? Or tell ngaso tada jig yak bodo jig du bodo la na te chi che yo mare chuto che yo mares.
So
chuto that Tibetan word that interesting word.
Yeah. So I think he was saying that this word chutok is like judging, but actually, so there isn't maybe a word that is the same as judging, because the way he explained it is saying one thing is good and another thing is bad. So it's actually described, right? That's judging. But there's this word chutok, which and what you say is, it's not your job to judge me. It's really actually, I think literally, it's none of your business. It's not our business to judge others.
Right. So this, which means, so we are leaders, so whatever center. They of course their job. You can say, okay, you're right, you're wrong, whatever you have
If you're
to
somebody's
do.
boss.
Yeah, boss. They have the job. So, but if he just randomly, he's good, he's bad, he's that not job. So not our job, not my job. So you cannot say it because you are not job. You have your job, then your boss, your company, you can say those things, or good or bad, whatever, right? But if you just other people, random people, you cannot say this good, bad, what he's doing, she's doing, this and that. That is not really, like simply our business or not our job.
Well, the word chutok sapo means nosy.
So then, as a behavior, as a way of living, just practically, then I guess we should focus on people's qualities, but then in the world we need to have it would be more a discernment. So the other day I saw this plant, right, and the plant looked all sad, dying. So then I told the person, it's oh look, this plant looks like it needs some water, And then my friend was joking with me because she's oh, you're judging, because I was saying that it's not good to judge. She's like, that's judging. You know, so then it's kind of like, okay, so what is the way then to see something and act upon? Is like a discernment then, or like what is like the real way? I don't know. I don't know if I can explain.
Yeah,
really
yeah.
my-
I mean, in English, the thing that's tricky is that you have a lot of different types of judgment. But I think in this case, what he's talking about is judging somebody's quality or character, deciding somebody is good or
Yeah,
bad.
kind of like a negative connotation, right?
Yeah.
Right, but sometimes
Criticism.
advice, this
Yeah.
not really judge, so this okay, something help. This not judging because your motivation is different. But the negative side we judge, right? So he's right or wrong, or should we do this, shouldn't do those things.
We just do a lot of that,
Like,
right? We can,
so
like-
that kind of thing is the kind of negative side. Is then not our business, our job. But sometimes the help them, so the different. The motivation is different.
And then that point, when one does it with that motivation, it is also usually not well taken by the person. At least, especially if they don't have a training, because I have had occasions where I need to point something out of kindness or like say something, and I say like, it's not my job, like you do whatever. But then later I found out like they really didn't like that, where they do something that is like, okay, we're not really, because they're like, oh, give me feedback, and they say, well, why don't we do this? And then they're like, oh, like,
Yeah,
it's
this
not,
is
people don't like it either.
Right, not 100%. But sometimes, if you got motivation, you can say those things. But if you're not listening,
if they're not listening.
then that's okay. But this, you cannot do pushing, So, but sometimes, so we thinking the misperceptions. So we thinking maybe good advice help. But other people hearing is different. Okay, what is? I'm okay. What is wrong? So, but the complicated thing. But I think we less negatives. That may be okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
John, maybe unmute.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about this, like when my ego is bruised or
I think maybe somebody is trying to speak online, but thank you. Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about like when my self is bruised, my perception of myself and my concern with other people's perception of me, like the narcissistic wound, like I've had a tendency to really like perception retaliate with character assassination just as like a default, as a like a reflex. So it's very reflexive. And I think that's like when harsh speech would attack the person's dignity. But just to get really honest about that, if you attribute some offensive quality to another person to demean them or lower their standing in another person's eyes, it's like you're not, the harm lies in directly attacking that person's dignity, rather than like giving a calm, reasonable critique with
So what you're saying
helpful
is that
dialogue. It's something. It's like, yeah, it's something I struggle with.
it sounds like you're just reflecting on the difference in delivery when somebody is giving, or maybe it's connected with Beverly's
Yes.
comment about constructive feedback.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a kind of commentary on that, just sharing from a personal angle.
Dini kongi pena be chapar chimpo yorwa garsi me che yang kong lab de sit supo lab ne dini chirang dukcha chegendo de lab tang la hansaya chapar yorwa dini samsam la yang den la de pena mish de mishimba gi chun taya ki chidu garsi de dashe gyatna yang den la de lab tang be hansaya chapar yore la yore. Absolutely, definitely. There's a difference in, delivery lands very differently, different kinds of delivery.
It's like in terms of like self-defense. Thinking of it that
Oh,
way.
you mean from your side? I was hearing what you were saying and what other people say to you. And then, yes, and then whether you're going, one's response is to lash out or be reactive if one feels criticized. Yeah. But the most, so he said the most important thing on the part of both parties is intention. So the intention of the one who's sharing, constructive feedback, and the intention of the response of the recipient.
So called the East Tibet tradition,
So there's a tradition in Eastern Tibet.
That is called Drupon over what in it. I can't love to your lamna. Dropo say that I'm also Dropo say at the Hansaya Dropoji, swear yours.
So there's like, it sounds like when some.
Right, the Shakpor say at you come. Okay.
Like, I think there's like when somebody becomes your best friend, it sounds like, right? Like the way you make someone your best friend?
Yeah.
Okay.
In a promise, you are what I think.
There's like a promise. Oh, he's talked about this before. I think it's something like blood brothers, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tinita Laptant Sheba Yoris, that Laptant Kariyala Wernana, East Tibetan la Kisi Paros Juno Lamna, Tene, Kunziake, left side is Rawa. Chona Pa Chasa Gugre and Love Graba.
Oh, so then the be Tokbo Yabochaya.
No,
okay, so then the opposite, I think, is like if you are making enemies, there's something then where, like, for instance, the worst insult that you can give to someone is, say, eat your father's corpse. And if somebody says that, it is it's like immediate reactivity. If someone were to say that, you would just lose it. But then you say the same thing in a different way to your best friend. Like if your best friend shows up and you're like, oh, eat your father's corpse. He came here. Look who showed up, and it holds a very different meaning.
So joyful.
And when it's said in that context, it's really like shows that you're so happy to see the person.
I'm waiting for a long time, something. So that's, I think, but I think everything depends the motivation.
So that's like an exaggerated example of the difference in tension with the same words.
Okay. I have another question. So when does the constructive feedback turn into divisive speech? And how do we avoid it besides keeping our comments to ourselves? Because I know a lot of times that people will say things to me and they say things about me and think I don't find out. And they say it's constructive criticism, but in actuality, what it's causing is division.
Mm-hmm. Right, I think their method is, okay, So we cannot stop or whatever deviation speech or harsh speech.
We can't stop
or
other
lie.
people.
So that's just, we cannot stop. So we cannot stop. We also will not try to stop others.
It's none of our business.
Right. And then, so what we need to do is very hard, but I am not going to whatever divisive speech or whatever negative speech. So difficult, but this is because we believe the karma, you know.
Because we believe in karma.
So we believe the karma. I am not create the karma, right? Mm-hmm. So that's it. And then other people or divide whatever negatives taught to you, just leave alone. So yeah. they their job, their responsibility, their karma, you know. So not we kind of involved there, react. Mm-hmm. So that's the best option, but sometimes very hard. Right?
And I would like to just highlight what the kind of the really meaningful point of what Drupon Rinpoche is saying here. And actually this is something that I feel I have been trying to practice myself, which is that when something gets back to you that somebody has said about you, instead of feeling angry and like you want to get back at that person, to feel how hurtful it is and use that as an inspiration not to do that to other people, right? That becomes so useful, you know. Then in hearing things that otherwise you would be reactive to, it becomes something that incites you to virtue.
It's really difficult because there's a lot of based on social climbing.
So that's why we say, you know, practice and practice, you know. So sometimes I said before this morning, so we sort of we know, right? But we're not doing enough. So not practice enough, you know. So sometimes I said maybe everybody probably know, you know, what the issues or problems or even though we don't want, but still we have like a not strong to build the practice, so this just falling down, you know, so this others say something, then we involve there and harder, but yeah, slowly, you know, so. I think the lot of like Longitudinal Zongong, you know, this, I think I say many times, Longitudinal Zongong emphasizes a lot of like kind of what call this, the hero, yeah, right?
The hero, or how he describes a hero. Mm-hmm.
I think the importance of karma in these situations is very important, because sometimes we might be in the place and sometimes that feels offended. And sometimes we might be in the place that we offend somebody else, you know, inadvertently.
Inadvertently, yeah.
Inadvertently. Sometimes we're trying to do constructive feedback, trying to save the other person from falling into something that we think it's going to be very dangerous for them, like when you're trying to warn a child, right? Mm-hmm. And we can be super harsh. And not because we want to be harsh, it's just because we are older and have been through those situations. It's like, and we don't mean bad, but we can be very harsh. And in other occasions, but at least when I realize, I did wrong, you know, you learn from your mistakes and try not to do it again. And it's important to go through that introspection to try to do better every time, right? Still, we made those mistakes and offend others without willing to. So it's just a matter of realizing that and trying to be better every day. In other occasions, things are said about us, and sometimes in the circles that are more important to us, for example, family, and horrible things are said about yourself. How do you say calumnia? ¿Cómo dices calumnias? Like stories, false stories are all created behind your back, and that really are divisive, keep you away from other people that you love. It's what happened to me in my family. And you become a pariah, and it's incredibly hurtful. But it comes a point in time when you realize, boy, I really messed up in a previous life.
Right, yeah.
And to be in this situation, and instead of trying to reivindicate yourself over and over and over, just give up and accept that, it's slander, right? And you just realize that the people that are engaging in those stories about you, and they don't want to change them, they're not interested to find out whether they're right or wrong. It's just the story that they have in their life, and it's just the role that we have to play in this life. We're purifying karma. So there's some very painful situations that we really cannot do anything but to endure with it and try to purify what karma we have created in other lives in this one. It's just, we're all obscured one way or another. Nobody's totally innocent, right?
Rita Thinley, started Karsana Tanda Tegana Yere, Tanga, Shandi de Songbana Yere, Nengasota, so Karsina ko Tanda Nyomba Yorwa, Thinley in the Inata, or Shandi de Kito Samala, Kalikabore, Songdoa, Thinley Tele Ranke, Jixam Jibo, Samotandina Tele La Grace, Penaka, and as a Satsamala ko your ballet, some teeth on the oil nas. Did you have comedy?
They test delta, they take the Tohakome. Oh, yeah, Koa.
Oh, yeah.
So yes, absolutely, and it is like Shantideva says, because if we get too concerned with what's going on with other people, or the external things, period, it becomes counterproductive. It just kind of keeps the cycle of affliction going. So just like he famously says in the Bodhicharya Avatara, rather than trying to pave the entire earth in leather, or trying to put leather on top of the entire earth, put a leather sole on your own shoe, or put a leather sole on your own foot.
Okay, so now we are page, what is it, 12?
Contemplating the pain of all 6 realms of samsara, and intense sadness wells up.
Relative level, automated level, korwa tang nyang de yer mewa tini ji chagi yora ta macha pardu tangi kong hiwa na jida ngaso korwa di na la kanyi yore song we da.
So, as it says, by contemplating the suffering of the 6 realms of samsara, an intense sadness swells up. So, on a relative level, that is right. The samsara is filled with immense suffering, and it's important to have a sense of renunciation. On the ultimate level, there is no there's no division. Samsara and nirvana are indivisible. But until we realize that, then we have to contemplate the defects of samsara.
So I have questions. So what means the ultimate level and relative level?
Yeah, like what's the difference between the ultimate truth and the
the
relative truth and the ultimate truth? Because as he said, on the ultimate level, there is no suffering, but on the relative level, there is suffering.
Well, the relative reality level is what we're living here, the samsara, right? The psyche, mind. And then the ultimate level is the dharma dhatu, enlightenment, right?
Right.
Is that wrong?
What is Dharma Dhatu?
And dharma dhatu is nirvana, where everybody becomes Buddha. When you're a Buddha mind, the Buddha mind.
Okay, Buddha mind, okay. So that's the only Buddha mind, or?
Where in the Buddha mind, there's no you and I, there's no duality. And the Buddha mind, I cannot describe it because I'm not a Buddha. I wish I could, right? But from my conceptual understanding, it's pure light and love and unity.
Okay, good. So what is the 6 realms?
Is it like the 6 realms is like the hungry ghosts, the animal realm?
Yeah.
Those?
Yeah.
Hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, humans, demigods, gods.
And the hell realms? And the cold hell realms?
Animals. I said that.
The 3 lower realms and the 3
got 'em.
higher. The 3 lower
I think
realms.
more
and
than
the
You're
6.
making
Okay,
me
counting
second
again.
guess myself.
No, you got it. You
Okay.
got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe can you say one more time? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. The hell beings, the hungry ghosts, the animals, the humans, demigods, and gods.
Okay,
Yes,
good job.
thank you.
Good job. Okay. So, okay. So, how many different in the God realm?
You have the desire realm, you have the form realm, and you have formless realm.
Okay, good
Right.
job.
That Beverly said you have the gods of the desire realm, the gods of the form realm, and the gods of the formless realms.
Okay, so this, how many God is the home realm?
How many gods in the form realm?
4.
No.
17.
Huh?
1, 7.
No.
17.
No.
Yeah.
Don't look the poem. No, even though you look the poem, still not right.
Well, there's 4 absorption.
Yeah, they're based on the 4 dhyanas. So right, the 4.
What?
Tinda de zu kam la ji yorwa. Tini ji nanga yang.
She know what?
Ji nanga yang.
No, the home realm got class you already.
Right. So how many gods are there in the form, or how many god realms are there of the form realms?
Right, that's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought it was 4, and then within that you have 17, but let's look at the.
Not looking,
Yeah.
okay, not looking. Regina, don't look, okay?
Yeah, infinite space, right?
That's the formless.
Yeah, probably right, this, yeah, form and,
Desire, form, and
or
formless.
desire, form, formless, that's okay.
Mhm.
But the form, how
Oh,
many?
you mean desire. You're
No,
trying to say desire realm.
Right, yes.
He means the desire realm.
right.
How many levels are there in the desire realm?
How many?
How
God?
many God realms are there in the desire realm?
Right.
17.
Mhm. I don't remember.
It's either 6 or 17.
You have
I think
decided.
17 is in the form, the divisions of the form realms, actually.
But the Buddha went to the realm of the 33, you know, so what is that?
Right, yeah,
No,
that's one of
the
them.
realms.
That's one of them.
That's only one.
Right.
It's,
Okay, you get it good, okay, 33, 4 kings, then what?
so
Only 2.
Tushita.
Emanation.
Tushita is one of them. Or that's the 33. Tushita, I think, is the 33.
yeah, I can use Kushida. And then those who can control others' emanations.
I think that's in form realms.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. But maybe I'm wrong, but I can look.
You're not
Okay,
allowed.
6, okay, 6 God realms, this IRM,
Yeah.
Right.
right?
The 6
Six
of
in
the
the
desire
desire.
realm.
Okay. And then what is the form realms? How many gods?
17.
Because you have the incurable, the first dhyana, second dhyana, and that's not it.
No, that's
Yeah,
the-
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, third dhyana, fourth dhyana, and the curable.
No, that's the formless.
Okay,
No,
good.
no, it's the
Something
form.
here, Diana's was something here.
Yeah.
You're right, the 4 Dianas, okay, but
Yeah,
okay, that's good. So each Diana, how many gods?
Yeah, so there's 17 in the, yeah, okay.
That's the 17, right?
Mhm.
Cumulative monkey.
Okay, Diana, right, 4 Dianas. Sungam niri jubding hibi. Okay, that lot of
Okay.
Okay, there, how many god realms the homeless realm?
The formless realms.
The 4.
That's easy.
No, the 4.
They're 4.
Yeah, there are 4.
What is name?
Infinite space, I can do this one without looking. Infinite space, infinite consciousness, neither perception nor non-perception, and nothing whatsoever.
Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, oh,
The 17?
yeah, this home realm is
The form realms.
something
yeah.
here is, something here is, the
So-
sungam niri jubding is.
So they're so both the form realms and the formless realms are 4. So the 4 realms of the form realms are based on the 4 dhyanas, the 4 levels of meditative concentration. And the 4 formless realms are based on the meditative absorptions of the formless absorptions. But within the 4 form realms are 17 different variations of meditative absorption that one incarnates into. So I still haven't found it, but
Okay, so this so human beings, human beings, what is difference? How many difference human beings? What? Mula.
4 continents.
The human beings?
Yeah, that's good. 4 continents. Okay. Then how many the different the Holy Ghost?
3
What is 3?
outer obscurations, inner obscurations, and then those who have godlike powers, I think. Or scattered is another one.
Okay. So how is these animals?
4.
What?
So you could do it by birth or by legs, or no legs.
What's that?
You could either do it by how they're born, or you could do it by like no legs, 2 legs, 4 legs, many legs.
No, these are locations.
Oh, locations. So above, on, and below the earth, and then on the land and in the sea.
Okay. And this hell?
18.
So what is that 80? So how many heart hells? Hmm?
Did we what? Yeah. We
The
did.
8
We
hot
went through all of
hells,
them.
8 cold hells. Occasional hells.
Right, or I said this, how many the heart hells?
8.
What, you know name?
The Avicii is one, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Avicii is kind of like
Yeah, the hell of limitless torment.
the most kind
The
of
highest
severe
one. Or the lowest one.
The black line hell, the one where they crack like lotuses.
And the exceedingly hot hell.
Where you're crushed.
Okay, that's okay. So now is the, how many the neighboring hells?
4.
What is different?
Raging rivers.
Swords, field of swords, hot embers.
Okay, you guys study hell is pretty well.
We're very familiar.
That's
But you don't remember the God realms.
I think there's a question on Zoom, maybe.
Okay, sure.
Danny.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank
I
you.
don't think we can hear you, Danny. Sorry, can you? 1 second.
Hi. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
I don't know.
It's good. It means that we're being
1, 2, 3.
reborn,
Testing.
right? We're not attached to being reborn in the God realms. Danny, can you try speaking?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, we still can't hear you. 1 minute, sorry. It's probably, I think it's because are you in the Spanish translation room, Danny?
No.
Okay.
Hi, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Testing.
We got it. Yay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, everyone. And I have a question. For our personal retreat in the 4 sessions each day, do we have to do only a part of the text, or do we have to finish the whole text in every session?
The pena yang garsi the rang samla de gyona, deni yang the tune rede la the drup tap chatsang lo go gerebe.
There is the Dotachan logo Maris. Tine Benacha in a tune tombo de lang as a lot bana yat logo race. Tuni panda winner tine Benatana Dardama Chatan logo Maris. refugee hall image reporche. Tene hall tiny no more go maris.
Oh, gogo marebe.
Go mare.
Di tun right la gogo nu la song.
La go mare.
Oh, okay.
Yena da te go yoris the mentor go yoris. The young so.
Oh, di tun right la gogo yore. Yene yang di.
Hall tiny no more go.
Okay. All right. So when you're doing your own retreat and then you have 4 sessions, so you're going to recite the whole sadhana, but not the whole text, meaning that when we do the first session, we do all the opening prayers just like we did. That's there in your first session. Likewise, the 4 thoughts that turn the mind and the mantras, all the sets of mantras, the increasing mantras, the blessing mantra of the mala, and so forth. And then when you close the session, you just do abbreviated dedication prayers. In your second session, you don't have, and second, third, and fourth session, you don't have to recite the whole set of opening prayers. You can just do abbreviated prayers of refuge and the 4 immeasurables. And Drupon Rinpoche, so I thought he said we do the recitation of the 4 thoughts in every session, but now he's saying we don't. We only do them during the first session. But he's saying we do the mantras. So we still do the opening mantras and closing mantras for every session.
Canada, Chona, the last session, this dedication marching.
And then on the last session, the 4th session, then instead of doing abbreviated dedication prayers, you can do more extensive dedication prayers. Is that clear? Also, Danny, I will be writing out guidelines, hopefully very shortly, like after this retreat, just in the same way that we've done with the 4 thoughts, so that it really spells out each session. And it's, of course, a suggestion for when you do your own retreat. So it should be mentioned that this has been a very different structure for retreat than what we would be doing on our own, clearly. Is there anything to clarify there? Good? Okay.
Okay.
Just Drupon, going back to hell, I was never clear on the distinction really about Avicii and Vajra hell. Like Vajra hell is a differentiator. What can you clarify or elaborate, please, for us on the nature of Vajra hell and its
really, that Vajra hell say that that was sanga kinda sanga kila. The Kodurji Jagi or Matok at no different, the separation hell yomaris.
So Vajra hell is something that is spoken of in the language of secret mantra. And he said, and we always just slap Vajra onto everything in Vajrayana language. So it's like Vajra. But he said, actually, it's not like it's like a separate hell.
Right, and the same
and it's a mind state, and actually there's no such thing as any of these hells. Actually, they're all projections of the mind.
Okay, so now we have short break and then come back and recover practice.
Yeah, so for
20 minutes.
20, so we'll have a 20-minute break, and then we can come back and practice. Oh, that would be great. Yeah. So Yvonne said she'll make a pot of coffee. There's also tea. You may have noticed, and I put some cashew milk out also. So if you want some, I think there's milk, and also, Yvonne, can you get the milk out of the fridge too?
So those people on the screen, do they know they're in the formless realm?
They are already home.
Oh, yeah, the occasional house, yeah.
The ephemeral will let you let it come over. That's a virtuous auspicious rebirth. So it could be both. It could be an emanation of both.
Oh, what are you doing? Sorry.
He's wondering where the effects of some summer came from.
Right, but John, I sent out an email with all four thoughts today.
I saw that.
You saw that, so that, the defects of samsara is in there. Those are all the reflections. The guidelines are different. The guidelines are telling you how to structure your retreat. So if you need those, maybe I'll send those out as a separate email, but I think I might wait until I have the guidelines for this so that I can do it all together, the guidelines for self-directed retreat, right? Or do you?
And I just sent that to you,
So you have it.
And it's a guideline. If you just want to break it up, because it just gives you an idea of just how you can break it up that will work into 2-hour sessions.
Okay.
And if you want to take 2 hours in between, if you don't want to use that much time on that,
Right.
fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it was, I don't think I had signed up for it. I think I signed up for it.
It doesn't matter,
You did a monthly, once you become a monthly donor, you're signed up.
Okay.
You're signed up for, you get them all, and I think you are, because I think you're
part of your skin breathes in and it doesn't come out with it.
You mean your gobbler?
Yeah. You're welcome.
I have my family, we have these
Turkey gobbles?
instead of cheese.
You can't. Trader Joe's again. Trader Joe's. I'm trying to. I'm trying to convince him that he needs to use his Trader Joe's night and day.
Why you don't accept him as he is?
Why? And she said, because your skin is really thin in your neck and right under your eyes, and you need more moisturizer in those areas. You need to hydrate more in those areas. Yeah, the spray, right, because then this moisturizer moisturizes a lot in the hydration. So all the time you're going to spray it, it's like extra long hydration moisturizer. Yeah, you know, a friend of mine gave me one a long time ago that she got from an Ipsy box, and I had no idea what to do with that. I threw it out. I think they have a rose water toner.
What you got there, Ali? What it, oh.
It's a nicotine thing.
Oh, okay. I was like, that looks magical. It is.
It has a dark allure.
Sean says to stick it to his jojoba oil. He doesn't want to go to Trader Joe's. He wants to go to jojoba oil. Huh? Doesn't have a Trader Joe's jojoba oil? I don't know. Does Trader Joe's have jojoba oil?
Probably not.
Desert essence?
But that's okay.
Did people get coffee who wanted it? No, it wasn't ready yet? Oh, you chose not to. But the people who wanted it?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Okay.
Everybody is awake.
Drupon says every time we do practice here, the local deities get happy and they bring rain.
Good plants need water.
Yeah.
Especially the magnolia tree needed water.
Yeah, I think not only magnolia tree, I think grass. Now we was Tucson this weekend, whole days rainy.
Mm-hmm.
Normally Tucson is not much rain.
It's my little niece. She sends stuff from my dad's phone. She sends me the cutest, silliest stuff.
정말 내가 하고
응?
뭔가 행동이 없고.
네 밭에 양 zoom하러 와.
네.
그래.
Okay, so page 12. Ayara lawa hyagaza hajaso e e o o re re le le e e o o ang a ka 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 na za 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 nya nya da 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 na da da na ba 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 ma ya ra la wa sha ka sa ha cha so wa om a e e o o re re le le e e o o ang a ga 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 na za 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 ja nya da 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 na da 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 na ba 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 ma nya ra la wa sha ka sa ha cha so ha o ma ye da ma ye de bar ba wa he du de ga to ha ya wa de ti kan za yo ne ro da ye wa wa de ma kir ma na ye so ha ye dar ma he de bar ba wa he du de kan da da ga to ha ya wa de ti kan za yo ne ro da ye wa wa de ma kir ma na ye so ha ye dar ma he de bar ba wa he du de kan da da ga to ha ya wa de ti kan za yo ne ro da ye wa wa de ma kir ma na ye so ha ko incident ro de nge lok tong dis.
So he's wondering if the way that, so also actually that's then becomes a good moment to bring this up, but he's wondering if the transliteration matches up to how he's reciting it in this mantra of dependent origination, which would be good to have feedback, because actually, so I want to point out, the Sanskrit alphabet, you'll notice that he says tsa, tsa, za, ja, nya, and here it's that you have instead the cha, cha, ja, ja, nya, because in Sanskrit, I don't think they have the tsa sounds. Is that correct? Do you know, Lakshman? Yeah, so that is the transliteration according to somebody who also trained in Sanskrit, because it is the Sanskrit alphabet. So normally I will express that when I translate mantras, usually from like the transliteration, I try to follow the Tibetan pronunciation, because A, I don't know Sanskrit, and B, that's who we're following, except for with the Sanskrit alphabet, because it is the Sanskrit alphabet, so it seems a little bit weird to do it differently. But of course, we're not, I think otherwise it pretty much matches up to how it's said in Tibetan, but you can just make note of that. I do it the way Drupon does it. If you want to do it the way that Drupon does it, then you can do it with the ta pronunciation instead. But then the Yadharma mantra should match up, because that is translated according to the Tibetan pronunciation. Okay. Does that, and he was asking, does that feel like how he's reciting it? It's probably completely different in Sanskrit. Can we try to say it slowly? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Om Yedharma. Maybe you can read the English exactly like this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, Om Yadharma Hetu Prabhava Hetun Tekan Tata Gato Hyawa Data Tekansa Yo Niroda Evam Wadi Maha Shramanaya Soha. Does that sound right?
Okay. So.
Mahashramanaya. Mahashramanaya.
Okay, so then, okay, I can read how it looks like, okay? Om Ye Dharma Hedu Parbhava Hetu De
Hetun te.
Hen.
Shin. Okay.
Tatangado. Haya. Wadi. Tiken. Sayo. Neroda. Ewam. Bade. Maha. Sharma. Naye Soha.
So it's a
Looks
little
okay.
different. Yeah.
Which is different. Tiken is different.
A little bit different. Yeah. Om Yadharma Hetu. I mean, it's interesting because he said Parabawa, but if you look at the Tibetan, if you know Tibetan, it
Okay.
says Prabhawa. Yeah. And you're, yeah. Oh, cool. This is yeah. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm not good at it, but I'll try.
It sounds great. Yeah.
Om Yadharma Hetu Prabhava Hetu Tekhan Tathagato
Tathagoto.
Hyavadata Tekansa Yo Nirodha Evam Vadi Mahashramanaye Soha.
That's beautiful. Thank
I
you.
think pretty good. Like similar,
Yeah.
right? I think.
Yeah, that matches up. Yeah.
I can't recognize a couple of words because this is written in English.
Yeah.
But I could, if I had the...
You can guess what they should be. Well, I notice you drew out the Tathagato, right?
Tathagato.
Which is usually, I know that's a Sanskrit, yeah. Right?
Tathagato.
Wait, what is it? Or no,
Tatangado.
Tathagato.
Tathagato.
Hayawadi.
Yeah.
Tatha.
Haya.
It's like that second alphabet in the list of alphabets we went over. Ta is the first one, Tha is
It's
the second one. Yeah.
Tatangado.
Tathagato. Hyavadata.
Hewati.
Hyavadata.
He.
Oh, not Hayawata. Yeah, but say that again. So,
Hayawadi.
oh, he said Hayawati.
Hyavadata.
Hyawat.
Hyavadata. Yeah, I don't recognize these words though, but I might be saying it wrong. So. But if I had the Sanskrit text instead of the Tibetan, I could definitely.
Yeah, it is. It's the mantra of dependent origination. I wonder, yeah, if you could find that in Sanskrit. But anyway, I mean, we do it the way the Tibetans do it because that's, yeah.
I think it looks very much same.
But similar. Mm-hmm.
I had to learn the sound. I was never able to read it. I just, by hearing it many times, eventually I could recognize the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Also, when it's in all caps like that, it feels like it's somehow harder to read.
Oh, really?
I don't know. That might just be a me thing.
The what?
She was saying when it's in all caps that it's harder to read, which is interesting because I have gotten the opposite feedback sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Om Banzara Sado Samaya Manu Balaya Banzara Sado Dino Ba Dida Dedo Me Bawa Sudo Kayo Me Bawa Subo Kayo Me Bawa Anurado Me Bawa Sarva Siddhe Me Parayanza Sarva Karma Asudha Me Zeden He Yama Guru Hung Ha ho bangawan Dada gada banzara mame munja benze bawa Samaya sado. I think this is around this studies sorry. Om banzar sado samaya manu palayam banzar sado tino pasarwa. Tene tita and do me bakati tiakaso. 어디 참참하고 띵 네, 오케이. 온반자서도 띵오빠 or the
Okay.
space.
Yeah, he's talking about the Tibetan. It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tene
Tenno
titan
pa.
to me both together.
Yeah, that's how the English is. Yeah, Tido me bawa. But I think the Tibetan is the Penatane Chiyamba. But yeah.
No need the together, no need space.
So
The space
Tista
is
Dido.
pa, the space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Om Banzara Sadhu Samaya Manu Balaya Banzara Sadhu Tino Pa Titan Dedo Me Bawa Subo Kayo Me Bawa Subo Kayo Me Bawa Anurado Me Bawa Sarva Siddhi Me Parayanza Sarva Karma Sutta Me Tseden Hyayama Guru Hong Ha 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 Ho Banga Wen Sarva Dada Ngada Banzara Mame Munza Benzara Bhava Maha Samaya Sadhu Om Benzara Sadhu Samaya Manu Balaya Banzara Sadhu Dino Ba Dida Dedo Me Bawa Asudo Kayo Me Bawa Subo Kayo Me Bawa Nanurado Me Bawa Sarva Siddhi Me Parayanza Sarva Karma Sutta Me Tseden Hyayama Guru Hong Ha 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 Ho Banga Wen Sarva Dada Ngada Banzara Mame Munza Benzara Bhava Maha Samaya Sadhu Om Sambara Sambara Bimana Sara Mahanzamba Hum 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 Om Mara Mara Bimana Kara Mahanzava Hum Bi 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 Om Sambara Sambara Mahanzamba 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 Hum Bi. So now we do the malas, build the stupa.
So build your stupa with your mala, meaning that the guru bead is on the top, sort of like the top of the stupa in your hand. You can do that. I can't do that.
Like this. And then we put the width.
So if people don't have vases, right, at home, then maybe you can get like a crystal vessel of some kind, put some saffron water in it, and use like a clean twig or something with leaves to sprinkle the water onto your mala, right?
Omar Zeramane Baravadaya Honde, 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 Or Zeramane Baravadaya Honde, Omar Sebemana de Jore Hon, 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 Omar Sebemana de Jore Hon. Okay, so now maybe today is just only English or?
Okay. Just reading it. In the space in front, instantaneously arises a great wish-fulfilling tree. On its central branch and the branches extending to each of the four directions are four-tiered lion thrones with lotus, sun, and moon seats. The fifth in the center is higher, and those in the four directions are slightly lower. Atop the meditation seat in the center is my root lama, Vajradhara, surrounded by the lamas of the lineage. On the throne to the front is glorious Chakra Sambhara, surrounded by an assembly of Yidam deities. To the right is the mighty able one, the Shakya king, surrounded by the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate kalpa. Behind is the authentic Dharma as volumes of scripture. To the left is the Bodhisattva of skillful means, Avalokiteshvara, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, Manjushri, the mighty and powerful Lord of the hidden, Chitti-Garbha, and all the other 8 close bodhisattvas, along with the gathering of the Bodhisattva Sangha. Surrounding down below is Mahakala with all the Dharmapalas and protectors, clearly appearing gathered like piling clouds. Oh, the young ad. Okay, so he's saying we should add here that first line that says, to the noble youthful Manjushri I prostrate. So that is missing from the start of the 7 branches, so I will add that.
Okay, so this we can do Tibet. Sambo jube molan to da ke gyawa tam ngozon de yenge dunye lura de baye jawa kunla rabde janzelo na dunye sanje seje wona jobada anda dara juje yana malba tamje jarwa dage gawara anda da ngwa mize janzo na yanje yala janzo da genje yarwa genje yonde rajo je devara yeba tamje da ge do ame to tampa tengwa tampa dan sinye nanda joba dongjo dan Amarame Jota Dubo Dambaye Jawa Teta Lane Jobaye Anaza Damba Namdan Jenjo Dan Chima Burme Rira Nyamba Dan Goba Jebara Babe Jogunye Jawa Teta Layan Jobaye Joba Kamna Lami Kyachewa Teta Jawa Tamje Layamo Zamba Jola Debe Todage Jawa Kula Chansel Jobaye Doja Jeta Demo Wange Lutana Digi Yike
Digba
Dage Bai Chichi Ba Teta Tamje Dage Sososha Chochu Jawa Kundan Sangye Se Ranja Namdan Lodan Melodan Andowa Kunje Sona Kalayan Teta Kunje Jesu Dayiran Rana Chochu Sheten Dromada Chanjo Rinpa Sanje Machage Gombo Teta Dage Tamje La Kolo Lana Me Para Korwar Yanyan Taton Kanye Teta La Andowa Kula Beijing Diviche Tewa Jenge Duni Jobaya Dage Temor Rajara Sovaje Chanse Wadan Chujin Shapadan Jesu Yerai Kushin Sovaye Dewa Shunse Dage Chesapa Kamche Sope Chanchu Jumbo
English? Enlightened forms, in whom all exalted Buddhas are subsumed, Vajradhara in essence, root of the three jewels, to all the spiritual teachers I prostrate and offer praise. From within the unborn state, out of great compassion, atop a lotus and sun seed with Jigje and Dutsema, emanates the enlightened form of the great wrathful one, from Mara's subduing home. To the transcendent conqueror of supreme bliss, I prostrate and offer praise. With impartial, loving compassion, from the pure palace of the Dharmakaya, the illusory Rupakaya manifests.
Page 20.
To the Mother and Varahi, I prostrate and offer praise. The completely pure four elements, whose essence is that of the four wisdoms, four goddesses, Dakini, Lama, Kandaroha, and Rupini, whose enlightened forms emanate for the benefit of beings. To the four Dakinis I prostrate and offer praise. Through skillful means and compassion, you were born into the Shakya clan. Unconquerable by others, you subdued the hard hordes of Mara. Your resplendent form is like a golden mountain. To you, the king of Shakyas, I prostrate and offer praise.
beyond thoughts, words, and expression, transcendent perfection of wisdom, without origin and unceasing, the very essence of space, the domain of my own intrinsic primordial awareness. To the Mother of all Buddhas of the three times, I prostrate and offer praise. Manjushri Vajrapani Avalokiteshvara Chidigarbha Sarva Nirvana Vishkabin Akasha Garbha Maitreya Samantabhadra. To the great close bodhisattvas I prostrate and offer praise. In the presence of the Buddha, they vowed to protect their own children. All practitioners engaging in spiritual practice, to the assemblies of Dharmapalas and protectors, I prostrate and offer praise. To all those worthy of praise, bowing down with as many bodies as there are atoms in the universe, at all times with supreme faith I offer praise.
Actually, can we just, I feel like this will be really helpful for people if we kind of break down this praise, because it's addressing each part of the refuge tree, etc. So like for instance, in the beginning, so you have Vajradhara in the middle there, right? Also, this is referring to the Vajradhara that's in the middle, and all spiritual teachers, which is like the first central trunk. So like everything here to here, right?
Okay, they just say the prayer.
So enlightened forms in whom all exalted Buddhas are subsumed, Vajradhara in essence, root of the three jewels, to all the spiritual teachers I prostrate and offer praise. So that's all from here to here, right? The whole central column there. And then from within the unborn state out of great compassion, atop a lotus and sun seat with Jigje and Dutsema, so those are the two corpses that Chakrasamvara is standing upon, emanates the enlightened form of the great wrathful one from Mara subduing whom. So from whom emanates the great wrathful one, Chakrasamvara. So which is here, it's coming out on front. Because this is two-dimensional, it looks like it's in the middle, it looks like it's at the bottom, but actually when we're visualizing it three-dimensionally, it's like the branch is coming out to the front. So there's Chakrasamvara at the center there. So to the transcendent conqueror of supreme bliss, I prostrate and offer praise. That's Chakrasamvara and all the Yidam deities, right? With impartial compassion from the pure palace of Dharmakaya, the illusory Rupakaya manifests. This is still talking about the Yidam deities. To the mother Varahi, who is the consort of Chakrasamvara, I prostrate and offer praise. And then to the completely pure four elements, whose essence is that of the four wisdoms, the four goddesses, Dakini, Lama, Kandaroha, and Rupini. So these are the four, this is the whole mandala of Chakrasamvara, the four Dakinis of Chakrasamvara who surround Chakrasamvara in the four directions. So that is referring to Chakrasamvara as our deity of the fivefold path of Mahamudra, but all of the Yidam deities are in this branch that is coming out to the front. So then, through skillful means and compassion, you are born into the Shakya clan. Unconquerable by others, you subdued the hordes of Mara. Your resplendent form is like a golden mountain. To you, the king of Shakyas, I prostrate and offer praise. So this is referring to the Buddha and the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate age, which is on like the right, or if we're looking at it, the left. This one. Shakyamuni Buddha at the center, surrounded by the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate age.
Okay, Ivan, you got that one? No?
Ivan, did you get one?
No, but I'm coming. Thank you so much.
Does anyone else need one? You can come up and get one. So you should cherish this and treat it very carefully frame it and put it in a really special place.
You have.
Yeah, right. And I wrote that in the instructions, and I just said it actually. From our perspective, it's on the left, but it's stage right. Yeah. And then, beyond thoughts, words, or expression, transcendent perfection of wisdom, without origin and unceasing, the very essence of space, the domain of my own intrinsic primordial awareness, to the mother of all Buddhas of the three times, I prostrate and offer praise. So this is referring to Prajnaparamita, who is here. So sometimes the Dharma is represented by the Great Mother Prajnaparamita. Here it is represented in the form of volumes of scripture. So you can see that in the back. So that's on the branch that's coming off to the back. So that is what that whole behind the branch that's going out behind, and we can see it as the volumes of scripture here. Do we see that?
And Buddha is the right branch. Yeah.
Stage right. Yeah. And then you have Manjushri, Vajrapani, Avalokiteshvara, Chidigarba, Sarvana, Nirvana, Vishgabin, Akashagarbha, Maitreya, Samantabhadra, to the 8 close bodhisattvas, so the 8 close sons, the 8 bodhisattvas, I prostrate and offer praise. So this is referring to the aspect of the noble sangha, which is the bodhisattva sangha, which is out to the stage left. So if we're looking at it, it's on the right. So you can see Chenrezig, forearm Chenrezig in the center there, surrounded by all, the bodhisattvas, with the 8 close bodhisattvas there right around Chenrezig, right? And then, as it says, in the presence of the Buddha, they vowed to protect like their own children all practitioners engaging in spiritual practice. To the assemblies of Dharmapalas and protectors, I prostrate and offer praise. So this is referring to the Dharma protectors, which are surrounding the base of the tree. So we can see, like if you can identify the last, it looks like they're under the Yidam deities here in the depiction, but like always you can look for Achi, then you're like, oh, there's the Dharma protectors. So it's like that last one there. That in the 3-dimensional visualization, it's like they're surrounding the refuge tree, the bottom of the refuge tree. And then to all those worthy of praise, bowing down with as many bodies as there are atoms in the universe, at all times with supreme faith I offer praise.
Okay. So then we do... I think I forgot yesterday. So he doing the prostrations in front of the refuge tree.
We're visualizing the refuge tree in front.
Also, you visualize yourself, and then right side is your father, and left side is your mother, and in front your enemy, and then it's behind the all sentient beings. So we have a couple of prostrations.
Yeah, that was in English.
Was
it clear?
Understand?
Yeah, so, and in front are all your enemies, or those who are difficult, people for you to, and then all sentient beings behind.
Okay.
And so as you are prostrating, to your left is your father, right? Is it to your left is your father? And to your right is your mother. And then behind you are all sentient beings, and in front of you are all your enemies, or those who are difficult, your difficult people. And then
all together,
you're prostrating and reciting the refuge prayer, and visualizing the refuge tree in your visualization.
So it's just your dad and your mom of this life? I thought it was like all lifetimes.
Well, all sentient beings are all lifetimes, but your mother and father of this life are on your left and right. Oh, what is it? I always forget. The ye.
Yeah, just your right side. Yeah.
Father.
Yeah.
Ye pa yon ma.
Yeah.
So to the right is your father, and to the left is your mother. That's right. Yeah.
Right. Just your right hand, right side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we do a couple. Okay. Yes.
Wait, they do what? Do
No. So this refuge is practice just yourself. Yeah. Okay.
And
so other, we different part of the yidam, so then it different. But here it's just you have to yourself. Galen, you said something? Okay. Okay. So we not much time, but good discussions.
Does anyone want another?
Yeah, actually not many, 3-4 questions, that's okay. Namla Jabzan Jewo Babe Gendu Namla Jabzan Jewo Bawon Gando Jejong Zome So Yi Je Jandang Demba Namla Jabzan Jewo Chenjen Zawa Dang Jubara Jewe Barne Lama Tamba Namla Jabzan Jewo Yadang Jingora Je La So Namla Jabzan Jewo Sanje Jumden Hockey into Nola, Jobson, Yamon, Kando, Jong, Zume, So, Yi, Yandang, Yamon, Todong, Major, Namje, Todong, Yamde, Sunchen, Namjin, Joshua, Wadam, Jigin, Bundu, Mountain, Jigin, Mojo, Chuju, Bungo, Donga, Jeje, the Jin, Big and the Tom Chicken, Go on, you were the Joseph Joe, Joseph Joe, Sonja Jumden, the Nona, Joseph Joe, and Joe, Nona, Joseph
Dambo te ji sum ji te yo mare ma to tene te samang sa cha so. He said it was like 3 or 4. Yedam gyokorgi.
Namla
Gyabzu
Jobsun Jewo
Jewo
Sanje
Sanje
Jungdende
Chongdenden. Namla
Gyabzu
Gyabzu
Jewo
Jewo
Tambe
Tambe
Chu
Chu.
Namla
Namla Gyabzu Jewo. Babe Gende Namla Gyabzu Jewo. Bawa Kando Jugyong Sungme. To Yishe Ge Jena Nima Namla Gyabzu Jewo. Yeah, Tessa Chepar Yorwa. Chik Che Yorwe. Pecha Rang Shin Che Yimba. So he's thinking that we need to change the beginning of the that something's missing.
Sorry, here.
That it should be the same as what we recite in the prayer book, which is what he was, if you notice, what he was reciting when we were doing it. But this is according, I mean, we wrote it according to a text.
I think a little bit here. So this, my memory is a little bit different here. This. So a little bit more closer to the prayer book. Okay, we can look check.
So we're not sure because there's a lot of differences according to the different texts. So we can't just, we have to do it according to one of them. So we have to look.
If I may, that was actually my question, because I have that prayer memorized from our daily prayers, and except for the first line, everything in the Tibetan corresponds exactly to how it is in our daily prayers. The first line is the only thing that's missing.
It's different.
Yeah, and so that's what I was wondering, since the Tibetan is the same here as it is in our daily prayers, if the English text that we have there, if that's what we have memorized and we just tack on that first line, if that's okay for us to say it that way, because yeah, I have that memorized. That was my question.
To say it, you mean instead of how it is here, but
Yes.
to say it how it is in our prayers.
Exactly, because the Tibetan is exactly the same. So my assumption was that there's just a slight difference in the English translation.
Oh, yeah. So that there are two different things going on here. Yeah. One, that's correct. It's a different translation of the English, and slightly. And then there is this, you're right, there's this added line, which now Drupon Rinpoche is saying, he thinks there is, so we wrote this according to, were we following Dharma Kirti Shalom?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so you can chanting. Yeah, so this,
But yeah, you can recite, I mean, essentially whatever translation you want to recite, you're welcome to recite.
Okay.
With the English, because it's the same.
Thank you.
Yeah, also this Tibetan, I think a little bit fix or what they change. That's all. We can, we will look later.
So there might be, just be forewarned, there might be changes coming to the Tibetan.
Yeah, also this, sometimes we do this, we take refuge, conduit, lineage lamas, they start. But we used to, I think, start is like we have the parable, Data Major Namgita Tanyamba. What they said is.
Namke Ta Dang Nyambe Simjin Tamche.
Yeah, what they call
Do Sum.
this.
Yeah,
All
so
the
it's
thinking
different.
beings, limitless, right?
Right. So,
No, not that.
yeah. Also, so in English, he's thinking, so this is a different variation, as you said, it's basically saying the same thing, right? If we look at the English. but the way that it is worded in the prayer book, also in the Tibetan, is slightly different, that first line. So he's thinking that that is actually how the recitation that is accumulated with the prostration should be done. So he said sometimes we start with, in the Sublime Glorious Spiritual Teachers, or in the Tibetan Drenchen Sawa Dangyu Bar Jepe Palden Lama, which is how many of us, I think, did our prostrations, starting from there. So it would be hard.
Actually,
And I think Drupon said if you've memorized it that way, it's okay to continue doing it that way, right? Or do people who memorized it that way have to change to do it with the whole?
No, people memorize if it is according to our prayer book. That's okay, perfectly.
So that's okay to just do it according to the prayer book. So that's not such a leap, because we all have memorized that mostly. So Namge Tadang Nyambe Simjin Tamche Shokju, starting from there. Or in the English, all sentient beings limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara.
Okay. Thank you. So page 25. Oh, sorry. You forget. Yeah. So read English.
So on page 24, in English, the objects of refuge dissolve into the main figure Vajradhara, who then melts into light and dissolves into me.
Now again, 25, page 25. Om a e u re re le le e o ang a ga 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 za 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 nya da 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 na da 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 na ba 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 ma ya ra la wa sha ka sa ja so ga om a e u re re le le e o ang a ga 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 nga za 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 nya da 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 na da 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 na pa pa ba ba ma ya ra la wa sha ka sa ja so ga om a e u re re le le e o ang a
Ga 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 ga
nga
za za
ya
za
ya nya da 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 na
da da da
da na ba 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 ma ya ra la wa sha ka sa ha ja so ga Om ye dharma hedu parabhava hedu de kandata gato hayawadi di kenzayo niroda evambade ma shirmana ye soga Om ye dharma hedu parabhava hedu de kandata gato hayawadi di kenzayo niroda evambade ma shirmana ye soga Om ye dharma hedu parabhava hedu de Tadangato hayawadi di kenzayo niroda evambade ma shirmana ye soga Om Bandarsa do Samaya Mane Balaya Bandarsa do Dino Ba Didande do Me Ba Sudo Kayo Me Bawa Sobo Kayo Me Bawa Anara do Me Bawa Sawa Sede Me Bayando Sawa Karma Soda Me Sede Yam Guru ha ha ho banga wan sarva da danga da mandharma me mundan benzar baba ma samaya sado om benzar sado samaya mane balaya benzar sado dinam ba de da me Gayome bawa subo gayome bawa anara do me bawa sawa sede me brayanda sawa karma sudo me zede hiyam guru ha o banga wen zarva da danga dam dharma me mendam benzar bawa ma samaya sado a om benzar sado samaya mane balaya Benzar sado dinom ba de dan de do me bawa sudo kayo me bawa subo kayo me bawa anara do me bawa sawa sede me bayan karma suda me zede hiyam guru hong ha ha ho manga wan sarva da dangat manzar ma me manzar benzar bawa ma samaya sado a re da re muge muge so 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 dare dare bendare 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 so hanu basha bara sindaya so hanu basha bara sindaya so Om 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 Hanu Basha Bara Sindaya So Diyata Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Diyata Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Diyata Aya Avam Bodhanaya So Adam Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Diyata Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Diyata Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Diyata Benzendaya Avam Bodhanaya So Om Ah Hum 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 Om Ah Page 28. Jambara Pavo Jetarai Jambada Kondo Sambo Deyan Deshinte
Dai Dai Kunje Jesu Dai Gewa Da Tam Je Ratu Dai Gurde Tam Je Je Tu Sundu Sabada Yobe Gewe Zawadi Dai Zem Jen Tam Je Nyordu Yana Me Par Yanda Para Sope Chanju Rinpoche Topa Gyurche Kunzi Kunjen Choji Je Kende La Wanto Likumpa Rinjen Pagye Tempa Siteva Shedu Tozam Gombe Zen Gyurche Sanjol Rinpoche Je Panam Je Gyurche Je Pa Nyampa Me Pa Yang Gong Ne Gong Du Pelvar Shu.
Following the wisdom of Manjushri, the fearless one, and similarly Samantabhadra, following them all and practicing in the same way, I too dedicate all merits accordingly. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Tikungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So, very good. So now we start refugee practice. So we good. We do this retreat. We're not fully for the practice, but we're very good.
So we didn't practice for the full day, but we had really good discussion.
Now familiar, from the foretelling the mind.
It was really good to have that review. Drupon Rinpoche was really happy about that.
And also we still we have teachings, little bit in the 2 weekends, refuge, and then we start prepare for the Vajrasattva, and also we originally be working on what they call the curriculum, what they call the schedule, right?
The guidelines.
Guidelines, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll try to have the guidelines, meaning, like a proposed schedule for your personal retreats for refuge. We'll try to have those to you soon available so you can start working on your own retreat days on your own time, which will be actually ideally much more intensive than what we've done here together. So, so we'll have 2 more weekends of refuge, and then there will be a break over the holidays, which also is meant to allow you all time to work on your retreat days, whether it's on the 4 thoughts or on refuge. So you have a bit of a break and hopefully some time to catch up a little bit. And then we'll start Vajrasattva. So a reminder, if you are a monthly donor, if you remember there was a switch, there was a shift at one point in how to sign up for the programs. At the beginning, we were having everyone sign up section by section. And then we decided that it's actually easier for those who want to do the whole 3-year program to sign up for the whole 3-year program. And the way to do that is by choosing. So in the refuge registration form, there's an option to choose to be a monthly donor. So if you choose to be a monthly donor, that means you're signed up for the whole 3-year program. And you won't have to do anything again. You'll get all the materials, all the correspondence, and updates will be sent to you. Now, there are some people who want to just sign up section by section, so that's still an option. So soon we will have a registration form go out for Vajrasattva. So you can sign up just for Vajrasattva, or you can sign up also in the Vajrasattva registration as a monthly donor, which will make you a 3-year program participant for the whole 3 years. And just to be clear again, because there's been so much confusion around this, everyone can attend the Sunday teachings, anyone. You don't have to sign up for the program. Those are open to everyone, so you can receive the teachings. If you want to have all of the materials, like the guidelines, the reflections, the sadhanas, all of that is for people who have signed up for the 3-year program. And so it's sort of like if you want to be a casual participant and just like get some teachings, or if you want to do the 3-year program. That's kind of the difference there. And I believe the recordings, I'm not sure, there's been some lack of clarity about the recording, so that we're not so sure what the plan is with that. But in any case, the main thing is, if you want to make sure you're updated and part of the program, then you should probably sign up as a monthly participant. And you can do it at any amount, it doesn't have to be, of course, it's helpful to the center if you choose to support us, as generously as you can. But we know these times are tough, and everybody's has at a different level of capacity in terms of that. So really, it's like, we have some people donating, $2, $5. We have some people donating hundreds of dollars. So it's like the whole spectrum. Now, one thing to also keep in mind is that we do have, for people who donate $200 a month or more, then there is a benefit of having a free retreat at Marper Retreat Center in Kentucky. So when we do have our next retreat, that will be available for people to participate free of charge for those who are $200 donors, monthly donors at D&J.
Okay, that's very good. So also we have in the logo, so we have still a bigger one. So also we further different state, and then I said we can planning to send to you the.
And actually, we just had Javier, who is planning to come for the winter teachings, who is in Spain, just offered to find a way to get these to the Venezuela Sangha. So he's going to, when he comes here for the winter teachings, he will make sure that all of you who are in Venezuela get your signed and blessed refuge tree, and he will find a way to get them to you. So thank you very much, Javier. So kind. Because we don't know how to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Oh, then he cut it young. Do we make what? This homemade what? Homemade envelopes. Oh, I'm a creative person. So creative person. That's so nice. Just rinse them. I mean, that's all I've ever seen him do. I mean, you know, yeah, just rinse them.
You like the soap?
I love it. I mean, you could do it with soap. We don't usually. We just do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
She wants to actually be, she's been here, but she wants to, since I told her people stay here, she wants to spend it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I brought different people here. It's my sister-in-law.
I'm not beat up.
Yeah, she said she wants to stay.
You know, there's two spots, but the bathroom here, you know, it's like the bathroom is shared with my dad, but she could also, I don't know that I will. So.
Mandy's in.